Okay, and I can see you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
You can still hear me?
Yep.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can still hear you. You have to mute it. You have to mute it in the webinar.
Ah, okay, got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Unmuted. The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Order, if we could have roll call, please.
Carlson. Here. Pertat. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson. Present. Vieira.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical forum.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to open all the public hearings? We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. There's really nothing to go over with this agenda, so I'm just going to start from item number 1. Who would like to kick it off?
Good evening, Council. Abby Feely, Interim Administrator, Development and Economic Opportunity. Tonight we're here for the opening. We're going to provide to you a report on what we call the CAPER. So that's the Consolidated Action Performance and Evaluation Report related to housing. And this will open the public comment period. So what you received was the draft of this report, because the final input to this report is the public comments. So you get the draft, we'll go over what you have tonight. It'll be a brief presentation, and then this will open the public record period associated with this report, which is in our strategies and requires us to do this. So I'll turn it over to Michelle Boone, our housing coordinator, and she'll go ahead and give you the report, and then we'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, Michelle Boone, Housing and Community Development. I'm on a hope that the clicker works today. Like Abby said, we're here to present information on our CAPER, our Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. This is our annual report for our federal dollars that we are allocated, CDBG, home, ESG, HOPWA, and home. We'll talk a little bit about our accomplishments, our expenditures, and the progress that we've made in the last year. This is our timeline of our CAPER. Our fiscal year runs from October 1 through September 30th, so we finalize all of our payments and documents and reports. We provide a narrative and a draft, which you all have a copy of available to you, as well as a copy is available on the HCD's website and in the clerk's office for public comments or anyone who wishes to look at the document. Tonight we are scheduled the one public hearing, which is required by HUD, to collect any input from the council or the public in the audience if they would wish to speak on the item. We wish to, our public comment period will run from today through December the 6th, and then we will provide HUD with our final comments, including today's comments. These are our resources and investments. Like I said, they are our HUD federal dollars, CDBG. We have some CV dollars remaining from our COVID years. Home, HOPWA, which includes a 4-county area, Pasco, Pinellas, Hernando, and Hillsborough County, not just Hillsborough County or City of Tampa. And HOPWA-C, which is strictly Hillsborough County dollars, not strictly Tampa. And then our emergency solutions grant dollars. We spent a total of $13,847,858 all across those programs in the last year. Some of our homeless assistance programs, and these numbers are aggregated across most of our programs. So we provide shelter bed funding, we provide homeless prevention, we provide rapid rehousing dollars, emergency shelter dollars such as Tampa Hope and Salvation Army. And then our home TBRA vouchers, we provide tenant-based rental assistance for clients that need rental assistance. Our housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, again, is for the 4-county area. It provides short-term mortgage and rental utility assistance, tenant-based rental assistance, transitional housing, some facility-based housing properties throughout the county and the 4-county area, as well as support services. And we served approximately 1,334 clients throughout the year. Our housing assistance, again, these are all of our combined resources: direct financial assistance to homebuyers, or our DARE or down payment assistance program. We did help Chodo Habitat build 7 new units this year. They are all sold to eligible income households. We rehabilitated 17, or in the progress of rehabilitating 17 houses using our CDBG funds. We provided funding for new units of 100 units of rental housing, including our Belmar property. We rehabilitated 18 units on a property for multifamily rental as well. We serve 349 residents in housing assistance in our CDBG public service dollars, and then provided housing counseling services to 478 clients. Tonight, like we said, is our public hearing. We will have a deadline to submit comments for the CAPER. Will be due December 6th. Comments can be submitted directly to me via email, or can be submitted in person. In writing, we'll accept any comments in any way that they are provided to us. Those are the information I have. If you have any questions, or if anyone else.
Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Hurtak.
I just wanted to say, great work on all that you do, and it seems like a lot of money, but it really isn't, and the way that you and your team use it is really, really amazing, and the many different plates you keep spinning, because a lot of those dollars are so specific, and they have to go to a very specific purpose, and your team just does a phenomenal job.
Thank
So
you.
I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 1? I see no one, and I don't have anybody registered virtually, so we'll just, no action is needed, right? Motion closed? Motion from Councilmember, wait, do we keep it open, Ms. Johns? Okay, yeah, withdraw that, so, all right. Withdraw. That's it, thank you very much. Item number 2.
Good evening, Council. McLean Evans, Assistant City Attorney. Item number 2 is the second and final public hearing for a proposed brownfield area designation of Richmond Hillsborough apartment green reuse area that is a single parcel, approximately 13.42 acres in size, generally located at 2302 East Hillsborough Avenue. The property owner, Richmond Hillsborough Apartments Limited, submitted an application to the City of Tampa requesting designation of this property as a brownfield area, and that application continues to be supported by its successor in interest, Richmond East Tampa Mixed Income LLC. The property owner plans to rehabilitate and redevelop the site into 356 affordable housing units available to households earning 120% or less of the area median income. The City of Tampa is a financial partner in the project and has contributed $12 million in furtherance of this effort to make more affordable housing units available. Details of the designation have been outlined in a document entitled Staff Report on Richmond Hillsborough Apartments Green Reuse Area Brownfield Area Designation, which is available for public review at the clerk's office and on the public on-base side on our website. City staff determined that all statutory and public notice requirements have been met and recommends that City Council approve this designation. At the conclusion of the second public hearing, Council will have an opportunity to pass a resolution designating Richmond Hillsborough Apartment Green Reuse Area a brownfield area, as specified in the Florida Brownfields Redevelopment Act. Staff is available on a panelist line, as is applicant's representative is present here in chambers if you have any questions.
Any questions from council members? Nope. All right, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 2? Councilmember Hurtak?
Move the resolution.
Motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Sorry.
With the resolution.
Yeah. No, that was to close the public hearing, right? Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, because you want to move the resolution. Councilmember Miranda wants to move the resolution, second from Councilmember Henderson, all in favor?
I said move the resolution.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna, it makes no difference to me.
You want to,
I give up.
Close the public hearing, then move the resolution, right?
well, I mean, close the public hearing.
I give up.
All right.
I'll close the public hearing.
All right, motion to close the public
Second.
hearing. Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Now you want to make the motion to move the resolution? It's already done? All right, as long as we're legally fine. Thank you very much. Item number 3.
Good evening, Council. McLean Evans, Assistant City Attorney. This is the first of 2 scheduled public hearings for proposed brownfield area designation of properties generally located at 2606 East 10th Avenue. City of Tampa is requesting designation of these properties as a brownfield area to assist in the assessment and remediation of environmental impacts that may exist on the property. Details of the designation have been outlined in a document entitled Staff Report on East Ybor Development Area Proposed Brownfield Area Designation, which is available for public review at the city's clerk's website and in on-base. At the conclusion of the second public hearing, which is scheduled for December 5th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. Council will have an opportunity to pass a resolution designating East Ybor Development Area as a brownfield area. This evening, no action is required but for taking public comment.
Thank you very much. Any questions for staff? Yes, come on up, sir. Item number 3. Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Matthew Raddick. I have a property adjacent to the East Ybor, and item number 3 here. And I assume no action will be taken until after the second hearing, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Excellent. I'm sorry I wasn't completely prepared for tonight, because when I went to print out the information on this thing, this is what I was getting. I was getting incomplete. I was like getting half a page in extremely small
Wait,
print.
let's get it up on the overhead here, so.
I was having to use my magnifying glass and my reading glasses to try
It's
to
quite a
try to
magnifying
read this
glass.
thing. So I would appreciate it if somehow I could possibly get a printed copy of this report. Is that possible, McLean?
Okay.
And also, I looked up the history of the house, and I could not find any evidence of any commercial activity there, although from what I could gather, I got a few tidbits of information about they said possible old oil pump house. And then it also said the testing was not intended to provide knowledge of the target analysis or serve as a site assessment, and low levels of all items tested for a single round of site analysis is not adequate and may not provide sufficient data. And I do believe they may have done a limited phase 2 analysis, but I couldn't get all the details from this half a page in small print that I have here. So, yeah, all I'm requesting is yeah, I'll be happy to attend the second meeting and hopefully I can get a better printed copy and understand, and I'll be more prepared for next meeting.
Is that something that we can provide the gentleman?
The printed, are you talking about the report itself, from the staff report?
I'm not sure where the report is. The one you emailed me, and I didn't get around to opening it until, you know, it was too late to do something, contact you back.
I believe he's speaking about a public records request that I responded to at his request, which is thousands and thousands of pages of a study that the property owner did on their site. My concern is to print something of that volume for one individual of the public. We may have to do that for all members of the public. So I would recommend that you do your best to review it in a digital format.
Okay, I'll try one more time, and then I'll contact you back with email if I can't get it done. Is that okay?
Certainly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on item number 3? No? Anything else, Miss? Second. Do we just leave it, do we close the public hearing, or do we leave it open because we have the second one December 5th?
Second, I guess.
You can close today's. The
Okay.
second one is its own standalone hearing.
Okay, Councilmember Clendenin with the motion to close the public hearing. Second, Councilmember Miranda, all in favor, I'm sorry, Vito, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, no.
Is
no
that going to
further
be,
action on
I'm
that.
sorry, is that going to be advertised? It could be announced if you like.
It's advertised. Second public hearing to be heard on December 5th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. in Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Item number 4.
Good evening. McLean Evans, Assistant City Attorney. Item number 4 is a brownfield designation. This is the first of 2 scheduled public hearings for a proposed brownfield area designation of a property generally located at 810 Channelside Drive. The city's requesting designation of this property as a brownfield area to assist in its assessment and remediation of the environmental impacts that may exist on the property. Details of the designation have been outlined in a document entitled Staff Report, Channelside Drive Park Proposed Brownfield Area Designation, which is available for public review in the city clerk's office and in OnBase. At the conclusion of the second public hearing, which is scheduled for December 5th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. or soon thereafter as possible, City Council will have an opportunity to pass a resolution designating 810 Channelside Drive as a brownfield area. This is a city-owned property planned to be made into a park.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 4? Close. We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Second public hearing will be heard on December 5th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. in Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Item number 5.
Good evening, Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. This is TA-CPA 2408, located at 3901 and 3905 North Ola Avenue and 3904 North Dartmouth Avenue. This is a privately initiated small-scale amendment. It's approximately 0.51 acres, and the request is to go from residential 10 to residential 20. This is the general location of the map of the site. It's located in the Central Tampa Planning District, the Tampa Heights Urban Village, and the Tampa Heights neighborhood. This is an aerial of the subject site. It's outlined here in pink, and you can see there's this surrounded by single-family residential with scattered non-conforming duplexes that are mostly located along North Tampa Street. Along Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, which is further north to the subject site, and along Florida Avenue, which is to the, North Tampa Street. East of the subject site is a mix of commercial uses with some residential uses. This is looking east on North Dartmouth Avenue, and the subject site is behind the photographer. This is looking north on North Dartmouth Avenue. The subject site is on the left. This is looking south on West Virginia Avenue. The site is out of frame behind the photographer. This is looking west on North Ola Avenue at the sites across the street from the subject site. This is looking at the subject site. It's on the corner of North Ola Avenue and West Virginia. And this is looking at the subject site, the vacant lot on the left, and the adjacent single-family residential on the right. This is the subject site, the future land use map. It's outlined here in black and represented with the orangish color, which is the residential 10 designation, which is to the north, east, south, and west of the subject site. Further north along Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is the CMU 35 designation in the pink color and the CC 35 designation in the red. And further southwest here in the ROS designation is Calvin Taylor Park and the Woodlawn Cemetery. This is the proposed future land use map. You can see the subject site is located here, represented with the residential 20 designation. The potential impacts of the site would allow a higher residential density and a greater commercial intensity. Under the current designation of residential 20, the site can be considered for 5 dwelling units or slightly over 7,700 square feet of non-residential uses if locational criteria is met. Under the residential 20 designation, the site could be considered for 10 dwelling units or slightly over 11,000 square feet of non-residential uses if locational criteria is met. This went out for agency review. The City of Tampa does object to this request, and they are in chambers if you have any questions for them.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much.
I have another slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. We've been here since 9 o'clock, just case after case after case. Sorry.
It's all good. The Planning Commission found the request inconsistent with 2 main areas of the comprehensive plan. First, there are several policies dealing with overall compatibility of development with the existing development pattern. Staff found that though there are some very scattered duplexes within the area, many of these are non-conforming and predate the comprehensive plan. Additionally, the transitions in density, they found that the introduction of the R20 completely surrounded by R10 would not further land use policies 2.1.1, 9.6.1, 9.6.3, 9.6.4, and neighborhood policy 1.3.10. Additionally, the request was also found inconsistent with neighborhood policy 1.1.2, which seeks to provide for logical density transitions in established single-family detached neighborhoods, and that the request for R20 in this location would not provide for the logical transition in density. With those considerations, the Planning Commission recommends that the proposed map amendment be found inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation if you have any questions.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. Can you put the possible change map up again? Where the orange goes to brown? I'm curious why they say it doesn't, while the Planning Commission found it not consistent, because there isn't any surrounding when literally a block away, you have more residential 20, which is the only residential 20 in the area.
Right.
So I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Well, this is also on a corridor that is closer to a higher density, and that would provide a logical transition from the CC35 to the R20 into that detached single-family neighborhood. So that provided that logical transition to that. And within the R20 here are where some duplexes are existing.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. All right. Do we have an applicant for this item?
Yes, he's present.
All right. Come on up, sir. Please state your name.
Oh, good evening. My name is Matt Sink. My address is 410 West Park Avenue. I do think my slides are loaded somewhere on here.
They'll come up in just a second.
Right. In the meantime, I think you guys have your packets. Just make it a little bit easier for you in case it doesn't show up.
Yeah. There we go. All right. There you go.
Ah, awesome. We're good. We're going today. Very cool. Well, my name is Matt Sink. Obviously, a lot of you guys have seen me in the past in this same room. I'm here today, luckily, to present CPA 2408. The goal of this project is to provide attainable, compatible, missing middle options in Tampa Heights, which is something that I know we've been talking about for years already. A little bit of background on it is I've been a Tampa Heights resident for as long as I can remember. I'm also a small business owner, and my office is literally blocks away from this project. Because I spend so much time in the neighborhood and in community engagement, I've become kind of an expert on what neighbors are looking for, what this area is trying to achieve long term. And I have a proven record of maintaining and preserving cohesive communities. There's a photo right in the middle, which is one of the houses I built, and you'd be hard pressed to pick it out between the two 1930s bungalows that it's on the left and right hand side. Because my commitment to my neighborhood is that we make sure things are consistent and feels like Tampa Heights. Additionally, you guys have seen me in the capacity of Tampa Heights Civic Association. I'm also on the CAC for the TPO, and I'm on the Land Use Committee for the neighborhood as well. In those capacities, I have the pleasure of meeting neighbors and also losing neighbors who are getting priced out of our neighborhood. What's happening in the community is great, which is we're getting more rental units, more higher density apartments, but we don't have a path forward for ownership. We know that ownership is really important for long-term family wealth and transferring of wealth, but we don't have any good options for that going on right now. So my solution with this is to look for missing middle options. You guys are all super aware, Tampa Heights is special. It's really eclectic. It has families that are struggling to stay there, and we're trying to find a solution and come to you guys with something that's a little bit more meaningful than complaining, right? Like you guys hear about housing problems, but how can me as a neighbor help that solution? So the missing middle is a great solution, but in order for that to happen, R20 is necessary because R10 will not allow me to get the density to do duplexes. So right now, the way it's set is that there is no way to build duplexes on R10. It just isn't possible. So some of the things that people are getting a little hung up on are actually design details during the rezoning process. I intentionally am not doing the rezoning and the comp plan at the same time because of the request of this council before, which is like do them separately so it doesn't get confusing. And I've also had great support from immediate neighbors. This is a great example of why Tampa Heights is Tampa Heights. We have Lee's Grocery, which is the best place to get beer and wings and salad in the middle of a neighborhood. Never happened again, right? We have our civic association in a refurbished church, we have duplexes, quadplexes, triplexes, eightplexes, like you name it, Tampa Heights has it all over the place. And that's also driven the diversity and the, I don't know, I guess kind of say like the fun walk that you can have in Tampa Heights because everything's different. Here's a slide that's super important, which is families are struggling. The cost of housing is going up, but our incomes are not. So a key pillar of the American dream is owning a home, but increasingly it's out of reach of people. So what do we do and what policies can we have to fix that problem? And I feel like the missing middle is a great solution for that. So what it's going to provide is smaller scale townhomes and multifamily units that are going to actually be compatible with the neighborhood. Missing middle also does a lot of things for Tampa because it addresses the housing shortage that we hear about in every meeting we have, but it also reduces urban sprawl. It increases density to drive our public transportation initiatives, right? So we're getting those closer to the city. And it's actually consistent with the character of Tampa Heights. Right now, R10 does not allow for missing middle. On the 5 historic lots that we have, we could actually build 5 homes. But the fun thing about that is we could build 4,000 square foot single family homes. The big mansion, right? The $900 to $1.2 million houses we're seeing in our neighborhood. If we go to R20, we can have a similar, actually smaller footprint and actually get 2 units in the form of a duplex. So if this request is approved, a rezoning and other public hearings will be required because I want to comply with the Tampa Heights overlay and get the design right for the neighborhood. What's kind of interesting about this, and it wasn't shown on the other maps, is transition and density. On the east side of Florida Avenue, they were given the privilege to transition from commercial to R10, from R20 to R10, right? For some reason, that stopped on the west side of Tampa Street in Florida. We don't know why. So what we're trying to say is, essentially, there is no transition because it wasn't given to this area, and that's inconsistent for the actual neighborhood, if that makes sense. The other thing that I think is super important is that it doesn't show up well on the map, but Tampa Street is an arterial road. People are going 60 miles an hour. It feels like a highway sometimes, right? But on the map, it looks like it's just a small collector street, but it's not. So in logical sense, we would be going from commercial to R20 to R10 and stepping down density just on this side of it like it's given on the right-hand side. The other thing to kind of take notice of is these little stars. These little stars are legal, non-conforming duplexes and triplexes that already exist in our neighborhood. They're already there. We already have that. So kind of the way I'm looking at that is, if you look on the right-hand photo, this is the area that I think logically would make sense to have R20 density versus the R10. Compatibility on paper versus compatibility in real life. Like, this is a huge thing for us. Like, Tampa Heights is not a one-size-fits-all community. Like, we're diverse, we're super eclectic, right? But it's also, the community's over 100 years old, far before they ever had planning or zoning, any of those things existed. So the adopted future land use map kind of ignores these legal nonconformings that give our community the style and the uniqueness that I personally love. So examples of legal nonconforming, just in a couple blocks, I found 8. If you look on the right-hand side, there's over 20. And one of those is a hostel with 12 rooms. I mean, so to say in this area that it's not compatible or it's not consistent, I don't know if that's necessarily true. It's just not consistent on paper. So here's some examples that are just a couple blocks from this. This is a 4-plex, a triplex, another 4-plex, a triplex, an 8-plex up the street from my house personally, duplex, another quad. These are all like affordable housing options that our neighborhood needs and has relied on forever. Here's Graham's Place, which is one of my favorites, right? Because it's a 12-room hostel in the middle. This is like on the same street. This is on Ola. So it's in the same location. But these are all really good examples of how diverse our neighborhood is, and these things already exist. So basically, we had missing middle before it was trending. Like, missing middle existed for a long time in this neighborhood. This is an example of what new missing middle looks like in our neighborhood. So the one on the left is on Highland. So that's about 15 blocks south, but that's closer to Columbus, and they give them R20 down there. We don't have R10 by Martin Luther King, which I don't quite understand based on traffic patterns. And then the one on the right is actually on Columbus, and that's a duplex over in the historic district. Another good example of new construction that would be missing middle that I find relatively consistent with this project are these two. So I included a whole bunch of different land use codes in here for you guys. I'm not gonna go through them because I know that you guys know them. But there's some really good ones talking about how this works and how we can support our neighborhood with what it already is, which is a really cool, eclectic neighborhood. One thing that I am very thankful for is I had the ability to work with this council and staff and Brian Seal for the Tampa Heights Overlay District. And basically, the Tampa Heights Overlay District was designed to create more equitable, diverse, and sustainable living environments that can better accommodate the needs of our residents. This was found consistent with the comp plan and adopted in 2023. So this is the next step. So once we get the comp plan amended, I'll be back in front working on design for the rezoning. Additionally, I reached out to the neighborhood. I'm always around, so I always make sure that I'm including people in these conversations. The Land Use Committee for the Civic Association and the Tampa Heights Civic Association Board, you'll see it in there, both provided unanimous approval for this project. The fun thing is, so did the neighbors. Every checkbox you'll see in yellow, which is the proposed site, these are all the adjacent neighbors that are like, great, like, let's do this, that have no objection to the project. So in closing, I believe that R20 is the appropriate transition in this location. The R20 does not set a precedent. Comp plans, as you guys know, are unique and they're done case by case. So just because this goes doesn't mean the next one makes sense. I also don't have any intention of seeking any parking waivers, and any concerns about noise or traffic or parking, that's going to be handled through the zoning part of this. So once I go back through zoning, we can handle all those concerns with neighbors. I do believe that R20 is consistent and that values will not be hurt by this. And I am personally committed to physical compatibility through the massing and the architectural detail on this project. So in final phase for you guys, I guess my request today is that we find CPA 2408 consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan based on the following policies. Thank you guys. I really appreciate your time tonight.
Any questions from council? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? Come on up one by one and we'll take you one at a time. Just please state your name. Feel free to come on up. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
My name's Tina Dallas. I live within 250 feet of the property. Hello everyone, by the way. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. So I live within 250 feet of the property. Matt's never come to me or the other people that also live in the area. We do object to this proposal. For one, so his plan is to build duplexes. My question is, residential 10 says limited townhomes and duplexes. So I don't understand why he needs this proposal. The other thing is, this opens us up to have condominiums. And what value does that bring to our single-family home area? Within blocks of my particular house, it's mostly single homes. And that's why, I purchased and moved to the area. Sorry, I have a lot of points. 1 second. So I feel that this proposal threatens the character of the community. I live in a 1916 bungalow, and I moved here for the character of this community. Also, I'm worried about the drainage as well. The infrastructure, the drainage, and that type of thing. So, this just sets a precedent to cause our neighborhood to become a lot more dense and possibly have condominiums in our neighborhood as well, and it just doesn't fit the neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, come on up, please say your name.
My name is Matt Cohen. I live at 207 West Virginia. We saw my house earlier. I live directly across to the east. I think when you get new neighbors, it's kind of a roll of the dice, and I'd rather roll it once than with however many units he plans on building. I also heard Councilwoman Herzog ask about the properties that are already zoned for R20. I know that the ones along Virginia are single-family homes, even if they are currently zoned at R20. I don't think a lot of those look like R20 properties at the moment. I don't have pictures, but I know the ones that are on Virginia, that's the case. Mr. Sink mentioned also that people fly through that neighborhood. It's constantly used as, a cut through to get people get off of MLK and stuff like that. This just further congests it. I know within a year or two, the power pole on the property in question was knocked over during an accident. I don't see why we need more cars on the street. On our block, there's 3 kids under 1, so I'd really rather not further put them at risk. So, yeah, that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, come on up, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Dana Lazarus. I biked all the way here from my house because I am passionate about providing more housing for the city of Tampa, and also because it's a beautiful day. And I'm honestly really surprised to see that the city staff found it inconsistent when it's a block away from so many things, from already like upzoned and commercial properties. This zoning designation that they're asking for is just one jump up from the one that is existing, one next door neighbor up, if you will. This location is less than a mile from a grocery store. There are several schools in less than a mile radius. I biked here tonight from a location, my house is about the same distance as this proposed property. It's also right next to the Route 1 bus line, which is soon to be fare free. This is a great space for us to be providing more housing. And I'm sure you guys have seen the numbers about how much more housing we really need in Tampa. A friend of mine I was talking to literally today was telling me how the youth that go to Tampa Heights Junior Civic Association for their after-school care that she's worked with over the years have all moved out. There's been a 100% displacement rate of those underprivileged families in Tampa Heights. So I applaud the small-scale developer for taking a risk to give Tampa more housing. Small-scale development isn't easy. It might be the hardest kind of development to accomplish because of all the little rules like setbacks and buffers and parking that get in the way. This is only 5 additional units. That's not that much parking, and like I said, they can walk, they can bike. And so it's small-scale development really makes a difference. It really does provide that missing middle housing that we desperately need in Tampa. One thing that's also important to think about is that, yes, gentrification is a potential problem, but exclusion through single-family only zoning, in my opinion, is worse. Rather than providing more housing types for those who can't afford a single-family home in this city, in this market, you're going to favor privileged single-family homeowners sitting there watching their resale value of their homes go up and up and up. Why? Is that your job? Sorry. I promise the value of their homes is going to be okay, especially in this neighborhood. So please think about providing more housing types for those who really need it, renters and people who need this smaller scale development. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Hagan. I'm here to speak tonight on my point of view on this specific development. When I moved back to Tampa, I don't know, 6 years ago, I lived in South Seminole Heights, about 5 blocks north of here. When I left that house, it was because I couldn't afford to live in that neighborhood anymore at that time. and because I didn't like the housing options that existed for me then. If these types of homes were built 10 years ago, I would have been able to stay in that neighborhood, and I would have liked to, and I would have had more options, and many other people would have had more options if we had more homes like this. If you go and look in that area and you try to find homes like this, the presenter pointed out several that exist, but how often are those available for people who need it? So I'll just point to, there's a supply and demand problem. There is that's a foundational problem with this, that's driving this housing affordability issue that is at the center of our policies that exist already in our comp plan. We need to create enough housing for our community to grow. That's actually a requirement by the state legislature that drives your zoning powers. If you're not able to do that, as would be accomplished in approving a project like this, I don't know how we're following through on our obligation with state law regarding our ability to manage land use in the city of Tampa. So I'll just say we need more types of housing, and this is a great example of a type of housing that I would have really liked in the neighborhood that would have made that neighborhood more affordable to me. I think that's competent and substantial evidence that this would improve the neighborhood if you think that keeping people like me in that neighborhood would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hi, my name's Catherine Oliveira, and I'm a former St. Pete neighbor and now a current West Tampa resident. And I appreciate the chance to speak to you all this evening. So speaking from a little bit of experience, so 2 months ago, our house was completely flooded and destroyed by Hurricane Helene. So my whole family, we had to be uprooted, and we were looking for affordable housing. When we originally moved to Florida, we had lived in Tampa, and we decided that we wanted to move back, but we're completely shocked at the single-family home prices. So the only way our family could afford to continue being homeowners in the urban core was to buy a townhome, one of these duplexes. And we moved there about a month ago. My husband and I, our 2 kids, and our 4 dogs. Yeah, it's great. Our neighborhood, Armory Gardens, is already an R20 zoned area. And I know that's being requested today, and from experience, I think is what makes it unique. We've met all kinds of people from all different homes. There are new duplexes, older homes, big, small, and I think that's what makes it very special and allows to welcome families of different income levels and background, and I believe the same logic applies to Tampa Heights. When I heard about this project, I felt compelled to show my support and highlight how projects like this affect people like me and allow us to have affordable housing in areas that we have been priced out of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Carol Santos. I live on Ola Ave, pretty much corner adjacent to the property we're speaking about. The comment of these single family homeowners sitting there watching their property. I'm a single mother. I scraped up my savings, and I purposely chose this neighborhood because it was single family homes, because kids could be there, the dogs could be there. It was what attracted me to that area. So to say that bringing these duplexes is beneficial to anybody there, I just don't see it. Also, they keep mentioning the R20 zoning around the area, but they're referring to like Florida Ave, Tampa Ave. Those are busy, yes, that's out of our control. Those are very busy streets. But when you step into our neighborhood, it's quiet. It's single families. It's a lot of older homes. It's the lot next to me actually was one home. A developer purchased it, put 2 homes on it. Each home sold for $800,000. So not one person up here has mentioned how much these homes are going to go for. And this affordable, I don't know that that's really true. These are all much older homes that are actually still affordable. So I'm against this. The whole reason I bought there, and I just moved there. I got all my savings together to move there. It's an older home, but I love it. There's a park behind us, a beautiful park, and I just don't agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Please state your name.
My name is Mindy Fisher. I live on North Ola, right across the street from Carroll. And everybody keeps mentioning these affordable homes. I have not seen one affordable home in the area that's being built. It's been $1 million for each of these townhomes. So if they think that's affordable, I just have to say, it's not affordable. That we all scrape and we all work and we make our money, but we don't have the money that this is coming in and getting, we're being priced out of our own homes. So just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
My name is Jason Moore. I've been a Tampa resident for over 20 years, and I really appreciate you taking the time to hear me speak about an issue that I think really is crucial for the neighborhood's future. About 10 years ago, I bought a duplex right off Florida Ave. I rented out one side, and I lived on the other side as I was starting my career. About 5 years ago, I moved out, and since I've been able to rent both sides at an affordable rate. My tenants are real people with blue-collar and service jobs who would not be able to afford to be able to rent a single-family attached home for $3,000 to $4,000 per month, which is the going rate for a respectable home in Tampa Heights. I'm proud to say that my duplex is still providing all of these people affordable places to live in the neighborhood all these years later. I've seen many people get priced out of the market and priced out of the neighborhood over the years because new single-family homes are getting bigger and bigger and in turn less and less affordable. But what I believe we need is more affordable options to a wider group of people, just like we've done in the past for renters and first-time home buyers. When I heard about this project, I knew I needed to come forward and voice my support. This is really good for the neighborhood. Please approve it.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Chanel. I'm here tonight with my fiance, Teddy, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight to speak on this issue with you all. Recently, 2 years ago, my fiance and I had the dream of being first-time homeowners in Tampa Heights, and we got really lucky in finding a bungalow just a few blocks away from here, which we're so incredibly fortunate for. But during the time of living in this neighborhood, we've witnessed a lot of big builders who come in with these really large projects. They're single-family homes that are easily 2-3 times the size of ours, and they easily sell for $900,000 or more. And frankly, it's been eye-opening for us because we know we would not have been able to afford that. We probably won't in our lifetime, and nor would many of our friends and family members. So that's why we're here tonight to speak on this issue. As many of our neighbors in this room have shared, this is a really important topic for more diversity, and we hope that there is a clear need for more diverse housing for those who need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Hey everyone, my name is Ted Marcello. I wanted to add that while I'm here in my capacity as a resident of Tampa Heights, I do want it to be known that the Tampa Heights Civic Association has expressed its support for the proposed item in a letter sent to City Council earlier this week, as its thoughtful approach to increasing density in the area does align with the Tampa Heights neighborhood plan. Specifically as part of the plan's vision that states Tampa Heights housing choices will be diverse and available for people of all incomes and cultures. And that last part, I am far too familiar with this need. As a first-generation American, I have borne witness to my family steadily being priced out of this area due to that very lack of real alternative housing options. We do believe that everyone deserves the opportunity to call this neighborhood home, and ask that you support this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? If not, I'll ask the applicant for a rebuttal. Sir, if you have a rebuttal, come on up. You get 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I love the feedback. Like, this is why I do what I do and why I spend the time I spend out in the community. A couple of things that struck me in the feedback of it, though, were single-family homes selling anywhere between up to $1 million, and that's exactly the point, and that's exactly what I'm trying to solve. I am a one-man show. Like, I am a broker, and I have the home building side. I don't want to do battles for no reason, but I know that this neighborhood needs affordable options. So when I say I'm doing this for the neighborhood, I'm doing it for the neighborhood and affordability. I don't want my neighbors to keep getting priced out. And something a lot of people don't think about is that our existing neighbors are getting priced out because the insurance bills on 1930s bungalows have tripled for a lot of people. So even if you want to stay in that same neighborhood and you have equity, it's expensive to do that, and you won't be able to stay here sometimes. So providing new options of more affordable, smaller format homes is essential to keeping people in our neighborhood and also getting new blood, right? Like, this is a great location for young families and people who are interested in giving up their car. Literally 540 feet away from a bus stop. We're less than a mile from downtown. I can be in Armature Works in less than 5 minutes on my bicycle. I don't know where else this kind of product makes sense than where this is. The other thing that I thought is great is that people who work hard to put money down to buy their house, same thing. People will save money to put down to buy their first house. Dogs and kids live in townhouses too. So I want to make sure that's out there. I personally am committed to making sure that my neighborhood stays the cool, eclectic thing that it is. And I'm going on a limb to do it this way instead of going the easy way of building some McMansion and making a higher profit margin. Like, building a really expensive 4,000 square foot house does not serve my neighborhood. It might serve me individually, but I'm beyond that in my life. I need a legacy. So I just want to point out, like, I am always around and I always reach out to all my neighbors to make sure that I'm doing the best thing for us. So I appreciate your time. Thank you. Please support the change in density.
Thank you. Councilman Miranda, then Councilman.
Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, sorry.
You mentioned affordable housing 4 or 5 times in your deliberation and your rebuttal.
Yes, sir.
And I'd just like to ask you, what is affordable housing?
So I might have a slide for it. So essentially, missing middle allows for a smaller format. So when you're going, instead of having a 3,000 or 2,500 square foot floor plan, you can go down to like 1,500 or 1,800 square feet. Take that times the cost of building a house, and you're gonna get a lower price home. So it's not affordable in, under certain income thresholds. By product, it's gonna create a more affordable option.
Still answer the question as far
So,
as your.
in my world, I want them to
No,
be
not in
under
your world.
600.
Not in your world. You and I may be on different worlds.
Right.
We might be together, but we're in different worlds.
I understand.
What is this project that you're having to ask for more units? What are the costs? Let me get down to the very thing.
Right,
Maybe I was
so-
going to ask you that question.
No, it's a great
But
question.
I want you to say about.
I want to say under 600,000. Sticks and bricks, just for cost, for me, sticks and bricks is $230 a square foot, plus the cost of land. That's where costs are right now. Inflation is not great on anything. So to be realistic and not set bad expectations, $230 a square foot is the cost to build, plus land cost. When you multiply that times 1,800, you're gonna get there pretty quick.
Councilman Clendenin, Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Shank.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, you hit on a bunch of points that I try to make on land use as well. You're in the same block. You're in the very first block coming off of MLK, correct?
Right.
So on the north end of this block is commercial, mixed-use commercial?
It's a parking lot and a office space on both sides.
And to the east and west of it on MLK?
So you're.
All offices and commercial?
Right.
Yeah, okay. I'll save the rest of my comments for, I just wanted to verify that's what because it wasn't clear, and I just want to make sure that I was correct in my assessment. Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I know you talked about the missing middle. Can't you get to the missing middle with RS10?
No, unfortunately, because of the acreage, and the staff report brought that up, the max where we are right now puts it at 5 units. The only way that I can get to a duplex on each lot is to go to R20, which would give a maximum of 10. It's actually 9, and I had to go for bonus density.
Yeah, I know that you said that, you mentioned that the RS20, which is right off of Highland Avenue, which is the only little spot. This is clearly a residential community, single-family homes, and I know we have duplexes there and things that, occurred when there was no organization or structure for what you could build when people were, fleeing Tampa Heights.
Yes, ma'am.
At one time. But the RS10 is 5 units, right? Up to 5 units.
On this parcel, it'll allow
And
for up to 5.
That's not possible, but up to 10 units, what is it? RS20 is up to 10, right?
Right,
So I'm
because
trying to understand why can't you just build missing middle with RS10, even though, because you can go up? Or you want a duplex side by side? What do you want to do?
well, no, so those are two different things. So
Yeah.
RS20 allows for 20 units per acre.
20 units.
We're only, we can't get to 20, we can't get, the size of the lot is about a half an acre. So in order to get 10 units, we have to be at R20. So the staff report actually shows the maximum with the existing and what it'll be with R20. R20 is necessary to be able to build missing middle.
But you want to get to 10 units, that's what you're saying, right?
Yes, so 5 lots, a duplex on each lot, and that's a total of 10 housing units.
Anybody else?
It's-
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's, no, that's okay. I just would leave it at that, because I know that the Civic Association, you know, said that they support it, but when you look at the surrounding neighborhood and at this time, it doesn't, I don't think it supports building beyond the single-family home in this particular part of Tampa Heights, because it's clearly a single-family neighborhood, and what you're asking for, while it does help support the missing middle, it doesn't necessarily support affordable housing, and so it's difficult for me to support it because I tend to agree with the neighbors that came and spoke today who live within close proximity. I just don't see it benefiting the community at this time to change it from RS10 to RS20.
Councilmember.
I'm just not convinced that that's the best use.
Motion to close.
We have a motion closed from Council Meg. Yes, ma'am.
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. I did just want to, one of the speakers mentioned competent substantial evidence, so I just wanted to clarify that that is a standard that is used for a quasi-judicial hearing, which this is a comprehensive plan amendment, so it's a legislative decision, so council is considering whether or not as a policy matter, the requested change is appropriate in this location for this piece, parcel of property.
Thank
So
you,
I just wanted to
Ms.
clarify
Johnson,
that.
for
You're
the
very welcome.
clarification.
Motion closed from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I'm gonna support this because this is exactly where increased density is needed. It is right off of MLK, right on a bus line. Actually, Ola Avenue, which I'm shocked that people didn't mention, is the new bike boulevard. The bike boulevard is going right down this Ola Avenue, which will add more diverse transportation along this corridor. Tampa Heights has always been a neighborhood that pushes for change and density, and interestingly enough is the neighborhood that's fighting to keep the people who live there. We don't see that in many other neighborhoods to the extent that Tampa Heights is supporting this. So I'm going to vote for it, and I will,
You want to read the ordinance?
yeah, I'll read the ordinance and see where it goes. File number TA-CPA 2408, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, and ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 3901 and 3905 North Ola Avenue and 3904 North Dartmouth Avenue from residential 10 R10 to residential 20 R20, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Clendenin, discussion?
Yes, Mr. Singh, can you throw up your slide number 9 for me so I can talk to it? I just went on the.
You want to open it back up?
No, we'll discuss it. I just wanted to use this as a visual. This is why I concur with Councilwoman Hurtak in the assessment, and why I was asking about the development that's already existing on MLK. It's no secret that I'm an advocate for transportation and transportation-friendly zoning and land use. And so when you look at it, MLK is that east-west corridor, which is it's a major east-west transit street. This is the very first block. So and as I've said it from this day, so I don't know how many times, anybody that lives within a block of a major transit corridor expect increased density, and then we're going to go, and then we have to talk about step-down density. So in a perfect world, as we look at this on MLK, you would have that more intense density along MLK, then you would continue to step down, deeper into the neighborhood, possibly even deeper than this proposed development. So I think going to R20 is quite modest. For Councilwoman Henderson, your thoughts about, I understand what your thoughts were because it was echoing some of the neighborhood's concerns, but I think what happens is if you were to ask a developer the cost of dirt, and again, so if he developed in single family, he'd have to build these 4,000 square foot units to be able to get a return on the investment. I believe that, so this is what would end up happening because of the cost of the dirt. They would have to overdevelop that property and build these bigger houses. This way they can build more modest and smaller houses, and that because the cost of the dirt. If the dirt was cheaper, it would be that.
Are we not supposed to be concerned about that part of it?
Well, but I'm just saying, I was just answering a question that I don't think was fully answered, but my big thing is, again, when you look at this map, I mean, you can't see where I'm pointing, but you look at that map and you look at Tampa Street, and you look at the way the land use has already been approved, so you get down to this commercial property and then the R20 down to the south, and then of course to the east. If you're just gonna naturally create in an office how you're gonna develop this land, you would continue that R20 all the way up Tampa Street and then all the way east-west off of MLK and then transition into the single-family neighborhood further south. Again, we are looking for the right type of development in the right place and the right, in the city of Tampa. This is kind of high and dry, and it's along our transportation corridors, and we're never going to be able to get to the transportation options that I'm pursuing before I die in the city of Tampa if we don't increase density along these corridors.
Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Miranda, and then Carlson. Anything?
If it were along Florida Avenue or Martin Luther King, I could easily see RS20, and being supportive of it, but this is a single family community, period. And nothing else. If I'm thinking about this in terms of South Tampa, y'all would be voting no. And so this is like, I am not going to support it because this is a single family particular area. If it was along the transportation corridor, that would be different, but it's not.
We do this on Howard and Armenia all the time.
Yeah, that's a transportation corridor. This is inside the community.
No, I'm saying within that first block.
Yeah, this is clearly inside the community. So, and not because I'm a Tampa Heights resident, this is clearly inside the community and it deserves to be single family homes
Councilmember
in that particular area. So I can't support it.
Councilmember Miranda Carlson.
This is, if you look to the corner to the right, you got North Boulevard and MLK. They used to be old Huddle's Corner. And it was the first one that had a gas station in the back of the place. And it was packed every Sunday and Friday, Saturday and Sunday. You couldn't get near the place. But along these corridors, I'm not opposed to changing, but if this was to happen even on the other side of Armenia Avenue, you couldn't do it.
On the other side of what street? I'm sorry, sir?
I understand that, but you're setting a precedent because that block that you're in, that face block, in my opinion, that's just only my opinion. There's nothing like that there, from what I see here in the tan area. You'll be the first one doing it, and what they call it the old domino effect. You have one, then you're gonna have a lot more. And if it's a single family residence, like I see now, and I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, or anybody else is wrong, you have a difference in zonings. And I understand about transportation. That's all I had my whole life when I was living in the housing projects. So I'm not opposed to transportation, but this is a start of something I don't want to see the end of.
Councilmember Carlson.
Since this is legislative, I can say things that I couldn't say in quasi-judicial, but one of the questions that comes up is we shouldn't put things in other people's neighborhood that we wouldn't put in our own. The neighborhood that I lived in for 15 years in Hyde Park was full of these, and
Full of these, what these?
Duplexes. And the problem is that, and I won't mention any names, but the problem is if a developer comes in and cuts and pastes something from the suburbs into your neighborhood, then it looks terrible. We are not approving the exact plan here today, but I think from your relationship with the neighborhood that you have an aesthetic that if you go to Hyde Park, go to the movie theater in Hyde Park Village, just north of there, all around there are these. They all look like single-family homes. So it doesn't take away from. I mean, this is a historic neighborhood. It's a national historic district, local historic district. It doesn't take away from the look and feel of the neighborhood. In fact, it added to it because there were developers that went in that did the right thing. And if you were not a developer, if you were a developer that was looking to take a suburban design and sticking in this neighborhood, I would be really concerned. But I think reading between the lines with what the neighborhood association said, you have the sensitivity and aesthetic to build something that will be additive to the neighborhood, and we'll look at that later. But I'm against putting multifamily in a place also where there's single family. But in a case where somebody's going to put it in a way that it has the aesthetic and it fits in and it adds to the neighborhood, then I'm not against.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Yes, ma'am.
But we don't know what he's gonna put there. Exactly. That's the.
Yeah, we did.
We don't know that until that's presented. That's a different situation. Right now, it's about the changing the land code, and so he could sell it tomorrow, and then if we vote to change it to R20, then that person can maximize it and it be, something different.
The other problem that he mentioned is the McMansions, and I get a lot of complaints about those, and that would just be absolutely horrible, because I mean, part of the problem that we have with stormwater is that all these McMansions don't even have a yard, and they're built up higher, and they run water into other people's houses.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and let's take a roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda.
No.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
No.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda and Henderson voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Item number 6.
Good evening. This is Erica Larson, Planning Commission staff. This item is the Planning Commission's review of the City of Tampa's Capital Improvement Section, CIS, Schedule of Projects Update. This is an action item. Chapter 163 requires the schedule of projects or the list of projects addressing level of service and adopted in the comprehensive plan be updated on an annual basis. The update would replace the existing CIS schedule in the comprehensive plan with the schedule listed in your packets. The latest schedule reflects the adopted CIP that were recently approved. The update is accomplished by ordinance, which is explicitly permitted under Chapter 163. This is a routine annual update. We come before you each year with this information to support the ordinance. City staff identified projects in the CIS that affect the level of service. These items make up the schedule of projects. There was a recent Chapter 163 update that also requires the CIS to include Basin Management Action Plan, BMAP projects, to be updated annually. BMAP is a framework for water quality restoration that includes a comprehensive set of solutions to achieve the pollutant reductions established by a total maximum daily load, TMDL, as defined by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. These BMAP projects were coordinated with city staff from the Environmental Department. Additionally, the plans of other agencies are incorporated by reference. Displayed is a summary of the CIS schedule of projects, which are placed into 7 program areas. You can see the largest groups in terms of funding are wastewater and water. The total funding amount for fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 29 is $1.331 billion for 75 projects. This slide shows the breakdown of level of service project types identified by the city and is consistent with the level of service priorities outlined in the capital improvements section, Objective 1.3 and Policy 1.3.2, which state the scheduled projects should be planned to both eliminate existing deficiencies and replace worn-out facilities. On this slide, you will see objective and policy excerpts used in the consistency review. However, a full list of the policies can be found in your packet. The coastal objective and policy listed discusses the coastal high hazard area and limiting public expenditures for infrastructure and facilities within it. After review, staff found that projects within the CHHA were minimal and were either to serve existing development, repair, replacement, or enhance public access to natural areas. The capital improvement objective and policy discusses project funding should first be expended on projects that maintain level of service and correct deficiencies before being expended on projects that serve future growth. The rest of the objectives and policies listed on this slide are related to infrastructure and public facilities. Planning Commission found the City of Tampa's proposed fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 29 CIS schedule of projects consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan and recommends adoption by ordinance. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item number 6. We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item number 6?
Item number 6 is file number CIP-CIS FY 25-29. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan Capital Improvement Section by replacing fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2028 capital improvement section schedules of project within the year 2025 through fiscal year 2029. Capital improvement section schedules of project, providing for repeal of ordinance and conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. If anybody is going to be speaking on items number 7 through 17, please stand, raise your right hand, and we will swear you in.
Good evening. I said
Good evening.
Good morning.
Good evening, council. Thank you. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item 7 is AB 2-2408. This is for the property at 4703 North Nebraska Avenue. This request is for alcoholic beverage sales as a small venue classification with the sale of beer and wine with consumption on premise and package sales consumption off premise. This request would contain an indoor sales area of 1,012 square feet. The outdoor AV sales area would contain 779 square feet for a total of 1,791 square feet. 8 parking spaces are required and 5 spaces are provided. The applicant has requested a waiver to this standard, and the hours of operation are consistent with Chapter 14. And I have the zoning map, the aerial, just to zoom in just a bit. So you can see on the aerial map, this is the subject site. The subject site is outlined in red. So this is Nebraska Avenue, and this is Curtis Street. This is Osborne. So the property is on SHCG. It is in the Seminole Heights Special District. This is the site plan which was submitted. So this is Nebraska Avenue. So the subject site, that particular unit is a part of a suite in this one building. So there are other businesses that are there in this strip center. So these areas that are grayed out are not included in this request. So this is the indoor AB sales area outlined here, and then this is the outdoor area that's located here. So vehicles would access the site, the rear of the site through the alley. And then there's the surface parking that's located there behind the building on site. And I have photos of the site. So this is the site, it's on Nebraska if you're looking east. So, just a second, let me go back, this is the location. And this is a view if you're looking north on Nebraska, so the site is on the right. This is the access from the alley. This is another view of the alley that's looking north towards Osborne. This is across the street, across Nebraska. This is the rear, another view, the back of the building, and then this is across Nebraska. You can see the other commercial that's there. And then this is southwest of the site. And then this is a view south of the site. So the DRC staff has reviewed the request and finds the request inconsistent. There are site plan modifications to be made between first and second reading. This request had 2 waivers requested with this application. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there an applicant? No applicant. Okay.
Hello, hi.
Yes, that's you.
Good.
I would say, oh, that would be interesting.
No, I'm here. Hi,
Very good.
I'm Shelby. How are you?
State your name, please.
Shelby Weeks, here for,
Go ahead.
4703 North Nebraska.
She the applicant?
Yes.
Make your presentation if you have one.
I do not have a presentation. Happy to tell you more about the business, what we offer,
Go ahead,
the
yeah,
space,
go
all
ahead.
that good stuff. Yeah. So we are like flower shop by day, wine bar by night. We have another location in Brandon. We've been there a little over 3 years. So we do a lot of workshops, like floral workshops. Maybe think of like painting with a twist, but with flowers. So that's kind of how this got started with the wine bar portion of it, allowing sale of alcohol along with flowers. And then it kind of took off from there. So in this space, we would offer the same thing. It is a bit smaller, so maybe a little less workshops, but yeah, still having flowers and wine.
All right.
Yes.
Any questions? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item 7.
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Rand. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Vieira.
Yes, sir. Move an ordinance approving a special use permit, SU2, for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises, package sales, consumption off premises, and making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 4703 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinance in conflict or repeal, providing an effective date.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. You want to see if we approve it, right?
Or,
You said aye.
You are absolutely my favorite applicant of the year.
I'm like, I'll find out eventually.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Now get at it.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Yes, ma'am. Number 8.
Thank you, Chairman. Council LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item 8 is AB 22411. This is for the property at 3906 South MacDill Avenue, Unit 3910. The request is for alcoholic beverage sales, a small venue classification for the sale of beer and wine, consumption on premise only. This request does not contain any outdoor AB sales area. This is all contained indoor area. So there are 2 buildings on the site. Building 1 would contain 4,343 square feet, and then the building 2 contains 580 square feet. This gives a total AB sales area of 4,923 square feet. AB sales hours are consistent with Chapter 14. There are 20 spaces required and provided on site. So I have a zoning map to show. So this is the subject site outlined in red. This is MacDill Avenue, and this is Bay Vista. And you can see the subject site is zoned CG. That's the zoning there. This is the site plan which was submitted in the record. So you can see the property boundary that's outlined in this bold line. Access to the site is from Bay Vista. This is one point of access. You can enter the site and exit on the west. And this is surface parking spaces that are located here. Then there's also additional parking which will be provided in this area on the site. So this is the larger of the two buildings, and then this is the smaller building on site when I reference buildings 1 and 2 in the staff report. And then I have pictures of the site. So this is the site, this is the west view of the site, this is on MacDill. This is that parking area, which I pointed out, that's the north end of the site. This is the entrance. If you enter in, this is the building 1 on the left and then the other building. This is the view if you're in the parking area. This is the south end of the site, and that's the view on Bay Vista looking east. This is looking south on MacDill. This is to the west, across the street. This is also to the west. And then this is the north end of the site that you can see, and then also across the street. The DRC staff reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent. There are 2 waivers that are requested with this request, and there are site plan modifications which are required to be made between first and second reading. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Nope. Applicant?
Thank you, Council.
Good evening, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. You've got a long agenda, so we have a short presentation. With me here this evening is Michael Levin, who's the owner of the property and the proprietor of the establishment we're going to talk to you about. Also here is Pram Hissler, who is his operating partner and his brother-in-law. It's a family affair. Also, Caleb Johnson is here, who's the day-to-day manager of the facility. Until the Flower Shop Wine Bar, I thought we would be the most unusual use this evening, but what this is a private indoor golf practice facility that I'll talk about in just a second. I think we know where it is. It's on MacDill, across from Bayshore Christian School, between Euclid and Gandy. So this is again, as I said, it's a private membership-based golf practice facility. There are 2 golf simulator bays, which are large rooms that you hit golf balls into a wall. It's growing in popularity. There's a few of these. This is certainly not the first one in Tampa, but what we want to do is be able to sell beer, wine, and seltzers on premises to members. Because it's accessed only with your phone, with a Bluetooth sort of key card, we have a lot of precise data about how many people are there. Really at peak, it's maybe eight people or so. On average, there's really 2 or 3 people. This is just by its nature not a site that invites a lot of people or a lot of sort of externalities that can spread out. There are private events that are very, very occasionally hosted on site. You can see in the top right, that's one of the rooms. Below it is the other room. And then at the bottom left is sort of the common facility that joins the 2 of them and is occasionally used for events. On parking, I also want to make clear, Mike will address this, the Yogurt Naturally is not going anywhere. That's been serving ice cream, to me at least, since 1995, so that's not going anywhere. This is the facility that's next door in the same building that's been there since, we believe, the 1940s. We're delayed because of the hurricane, but we were actually further delayed because we decided to add in this parcel that you're seeing here to the north. Right now, wouldn't call it really a dirt lot, it's more of a compacted clay that has been in that condition for quite some time. Between that, the spaces behind the building, and the 8 non-conforming spaces that front MacDill and have fronted MacDill for quite some time, we have more than enough parking. We have as much as we need for zoning, but from operations, we have far more parking than the facility has ever needed. This is a new one. It's not a parking waiver. It is a paving waiver. The code would require us otherwise to pave this parking lot. We don't want to do that. There is a really cool tree. It's a grand tree. It's a very hardy tree. I don't think it had any damage at all from the various storms that we've had. It was there long before, we think before the building was there, and we don't want to cover it in asphalt. The parking lot will occasionally pool a little bit if there's some rain, but in our view, South Tampa, this piece of South Tampa doesn't need more impervious surface, and this is sort of in the category of it's not broke, don't fix it. So we are asking for a waiver to not cover this parking lot in cement. Access is a little bit unusual. This yogurt naturally has a drive-through, which, as you all probably know, drive-throughs are pretty rare. They're pretty valuable because they're tough to get new ones. So the way you enter the site, and again, given that it's a private or it's a membership-based facility, everyone knows how to drive in this place because they're probably ice cream patrons as well. You drive in off Bay Vista, but once you're in, you can't really go back out of Bay Vista. It's pretty narrow. There's arrows on the little driveway. So once you're in, you're in. Those yellow boxes are the parking. And again, there's no parking issues. There's more than enough parking. And then you exit out right on MacDill. So once you're in the facility, it's really hard to get back into the neighborhood. We're not aware of any complaints about people driving through the neighborhood because you'd have to work awfully hard to get back in there. And that's all I have. So I'm going to ask Mike to share a few words about his background and what he wants to do here. Then we're, of course, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hi, Michael Levin, owner of the property as well as co-owner of the business. So I bought the property 4 years ago during COVID, and I've lived off MacDill in 4 different homes. One was 2 blocks away. Now I'm in Palmacia with my family. When we bought the property, I love MacDill, and so it was a unique spot of MacDill that had retail. I had zero interest in trying to do something where we were going to develop it. I'm not a developer. I'm not in the real estate business, but this property was unique. My family, when I talked to my wife about it, she said, "That's cool, but don't ever let anything happen to your yogurt naturally." And so they will always stay, and they probably very much enjoy the lease rate that they're currently at. So this is not a monetary thing that we're looking to accomplish something with this beer and wine license for the members to enjoy at the Golf Simulator Club. But it's more so that if somebody wants to have a seltzer or a beer while they're hitting golf balls for an hour, that they can do so. Not seeking anything on the liquor side because I want to make sure I don't like the idea of overindulgence, and I certainly don't want to participate in anything in life that caters to it. So that's not what this is. The idea behind this is when we bought the building, put in a simulator, and it just kind of grew from there, and kind of word of mouth, and has been enjoyed by many people in the community because there's just not a lot of golf access within South Tampa. So hoping we can make the member experience a little bit better, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 8? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember, anybody? Miranda? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson, you're up for item number 8.
File number AB 22411, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit, SU2, for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 3906 South MacDill Avenue, Unit 3910, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson and a second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 a.m. in Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
May I just?
Yes.
Mr. Levin, my kids and I thank you for protecting yogurt naturally.
David told me to tell you thank you for enjoying
Yogurtology. Yogurt naturally.
It's like Baskin Robbins, but it's all yogurt.
We gotta go there all the time.
They make it themselves.
It's important to protect all ice cream
Who
facilities.
let you sell?
They also make their own waffle cones, and the guy who started it searched the whole country for flavors of waffle cones, and it's the best waffle cones you've had in the whole world.
This commercial
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Leo DeBartoleben, Development Coordination. I'm here to present agenda item number 9, which is AB 2413. This is for the property at 3636 Henderson Boulevard. The request is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor consumption on premise, package sales, consumption off premise.
Are you new?
Pretty new. This is my first.
Okay.
This is my first hearing.
Welcome, yeah.
Thank you. Hello. The applicant for AB 2413 is Jack Murray, and the property owner is BRM Henderson LLC. They are requesting AB sales in 2,076 square feet of indoor area and 725 square feet of outdoor area for a total AB sales area of 2,801 square feet. The AB sales hours are consistent with Chapter 14. The total parking required is 27 spaces, and they are providing 22 spaces. They are requesting a waiver to this standard. I'm going to put up a aerial map.
Keeps turning, keep turning.
Upside down.
Oh. There we go. All right. So the subject site is outlined in red here. This is Henderson Boulevard. This is between South Heim Street and Sterling Avenue, and Swan Avenue is here to the north. This property is zoned CG, and you can see that the CG commercial general zoning follows this pattern on Henderson Boulevard. This is the site plan that the applicant provided. The applicant currently has an AB sales approval with special restaurant for sale of beer and wine. This request will add liquor, the ability to sell liquor, and change the designation to small venue with consumption on premise and package sales. You can see the property boundary here and the subject site. They have identified on the site plan the outdoor sales area and the indoor sales area. They are providing parking on the west side of the building and also in the rear with access from Henderson Boulevard. I also have some pictures of the site. There's quite a bit of construction going on when I went to take photos. This is the picture of the subject site off of Henderson Boulevard. Beautiful sunny day. This is a picture of the west parking lot. This is another photo of the west elevation and the parking lot. This is a photo looking northeast on Henderson Boulevard. And to give you an idea about what the surrounding area is, this is a photo of the site across the street so you can see the commercial pattern. Development coordination and compliance staff reviewed this application and found they found the request inconsistent. They are requesting 2 waivers related to distance separation from other AB sales establishments and reduction in the required parking. Minor site plan modifications are required to be made between first and second reading, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I have noticed, and I talked to Ms. Johnson-Velez about this during my prep too, and maybe this is a question possibly for the applicant, but it seems to be a lot that we're getting some applications, not for just expanding to liquor, but also package sales. Will this have a store component?
I will let the applicant
Okay.
answer that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, applicant. Come on up, sir. Please state your name. Were you sworn in? Were you here when we swore?
I sure was, yes.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. First, to your question, because I think it's a good one, and it is a little confusing. The small venue is a little bit of a misnomer. So not a package store, still 51% of sales have to be food sales, but this will have a small grab-and-go market where you'll be able to get food and also a bottle of wine. And so that's what tips it over to small venue. Small venue versus large venue, I think venue is less than 200 people, a small venue, greater than that is large venue. So I hope that helps. I had the same exact question and wanted to get to the bottom of it. We are thrilled to be in front of you tonight. We're presenting a new French bistro concept brought to Tampa by the same group that brought Roca to Armature Works. And so this is their concept. As mentioned, it's already has alcohol approval. The square footage is a little bit off. We're also adding some outdoor dining as well to give it that bistro feel. And we have received nothing but positive comments and all the socialization we've done for this concept, and did want to address the waiver. I know you've had a long day, a long night. I'm not expecting any opposition at all, but I did feel that it was important to address those waivers. So Addie's just going to run through those real quick, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir.
One moment, sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, Addie Clark, 400 North Ashley Drive. So Leo did a great job of showing you where this site is. I think everyone knows where it is. Just did want to mention that it was previously Little Leon, so you can see that in the bubble there. And again, what is allowed today? So on the right-hand side is the highly technical AB permit from 2005. So as Truett said, we are updating this to include outdoor space as well as to clean up with a more accurate survey that we have received since then. And then here, again, we are doing a proposed adaptive reuse of the existing building. So taking advantage of those existing structure and then also the existing parking lot. And again, specifically here due to that outdoor seating and to correct the square footage from before. And then again, Leo did a great job of going through what we're seeking today, beer, wine, and liquor sales. And then there's that square footage that we're proposing as well as the outdoor square footage. And important to note too that that patio does exist today. We are just now utilizing it for outdoor space. And then going into the waivers, so we believe that waiver number 1 about the distance separation really is just an effect of doing business on Henderson. And again, this was an existing restaurant beforehand. And the location on the other side of the street, Henderson, has been in existence for quite some time as well. And then for the second waiver, which is regarding parking, we have 27 spaces required and actually 18 provided. So that was just one correction we wanted to point out. But there is some nuance to that. So you can see here that parking is existing, and we have 18 spaces on site in blue shaded, but then there are actually 7 shared spaces at the property right next door available via a shared parking agreement. And so we have exclusive right to those 7 spaces starting at 5 p.m. each night, and then non-exclusive right to those 7 spaces 24/7. So we believe then we're kind of looking at a total of 25 total spaces when the restaurant is in operation. And then here we go is a snippet of that shared parking agreement establishing the right to a minimum of 7 spaces. And that's going into the distance separation, but we know you've had a long day, so we're here for any questions.
Any questions? Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak on item number 9? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendon, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Clendon.
Before Little Leon, this was my favorite Ethiopian restaurant, which is now in Temple Terrace, I think, up on just south of Fowler. Queen of Sheba, yeah, great, excellent Ethiopian beer. Just saying. Since we're on beer and wine and liquor. This is file number AB 2-2413, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit, SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premise, package sales, consumption off premise, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcohol content, beer, wine, and liquor, at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 3636 Henderson Boulevard, as more particularly described in Section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, repealing an ordinance number 2005-208, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Vieira, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in the beautiful Old City Hall City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
That was great.
Just know they're listening to you, so.
Thank you very much. Item number 10.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item 10 is AB 22415. It's for the property at 2234 East 7th Avenue. The applicant is represented by Steve Michelini. This is a request for alcoholic beverage sales as a large venue classification, consumption on premise only for the sale of beer, wine, and liquor. This request contains indoor AB sales area only. There's no outdoor sales area proposed. This would contain 13,716 square feet of AB sales area. The hours are consistent with Chapter 14. Parking spaces required are 46, and parking spaces provided is 95 spaces. The use proposed is a restaurant with a game room component with this classification. And I'd like to show you the site plan that was submitted in the record. So this is the subject parcel. This corner lot is not included in this request. So this is 22nd Street, this is East 7th Avenue, this is 23rd Street, and then this is on 8th Avenue. So this request would contain this area which is outlined in red. This is the subject site. The site is accessed on 7th Avenue. You can access the site here to this surface parking located here, or you can access to this point and have surface parking, the 90-degree parking that's located here on site. And I have the zoning map of the area. So this is the subject site that's identified here, outlined in red. This is 22nd Street, this is 8th Avenue, and this is 7th Avenue. This is the structure here that's under the AB sales request that's located here. And this is the corner parcel, which is outside of that boundary. But you can see it has the dual zoning, the YC5 and YC7 zoning. It is in the, of course, Ybor City Special District. And there are photos of the site to share. So this is a picture of the site. That's the south end of the site. That's on 7th Avenue. This shows a picture of the site and the parking that's on the west side. This is internal to the site, to the parking area, looking at the rear of the building. This is another view. Also gives you a shot across the street, the commercial that's there. This is north. This is just a view looking north, and that's behind the site. This is across East 7th Avenue. You can see the vacant lot and the commercial that's to the south. This is the site, is on the left. This is if you're looking east on 7th Avenue. This is south of the site, another view, commercial. And that's the view looking west on 7th Avenue. That's the site that is to the west. And then this is north of the site. You can see the vacant parking that's there. The DRC staff reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent. It is due to the waiver of the distance separation. Anytime there's a waiver requested to distance separation, staff finds the request inconsistent. But there are site plan modifications that are required to be made between first and second reading also with this request. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Councilmember Hurtak.
What is the distance separation from?
Distance separation from other AB sales establishments.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It is from 250 to 60. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Applicant, come on up, sir.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini. Do you want to hand these? Just hold my time for a second. What I've just handed over to Martin Shelby, is the security report and the sound analysis that we've conducted in advance. This project is proposed to move into a fully restored historic structure. It's an existing building, and it's completely built out. It's gone through all of the construction reviews. It's passed all of the reviews, and it has its certificate of occupancy. We've added, and this particular proposal adds a country and western element to Ybor City, as well as a full-service kitchen that operates the entire time that the building and the operations are open. The request before you is for a restaurant, which requires 51% food to 49% alcohol at all times. And the venue cannot operate without the kitchen being open. The project consists of the existing building, which is located here. We provided 95 parking spaces, and 46 spaces are required. This is a new concept being brought to the Tampa area, and it involves an entertainment area where music is provided in a live fashion Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and but the facilities are open Tuesday through Sunday. It's a full-service restaurant. The music venue operates, as I said, live music on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and we conducted a sound analysis, which you have in front of you, and I'll be happy to go through that with you, where the main PA system was analyzed, and it was determined to be within the appropriate levels established by the city. The entryway doors, we did an analysis there. We also did one from across the street, all of which are certified by a sound engineer, and you have that report in front of you. And we'll be happy to make that as part of our record. We also engaged a security company. We had a neighborhood meeting, and some of the discussions that we had involved both the sound and the security and how are you going to handle that. So we did hire Warden Security, and I have Ruben Warrior, who is the owner and director of that agency, to come up and fill you in on all the measures that were being employed there. In terms of the meeting the criteria, the ingress and egress, due consideration has to be given for the adequacy of ingress and egress, and that was approved per the City of Tampa site plan for the construction, and the site plan and all of the construction elements were approved. Off-street parking and loading was also approved via the site plan, and as I said, that's fully permitted and ready to go. Refuse and service areas, that also was approved via the site plan. Lighting, there's inside and outside lighting in the parking lot to enhance the safety considerations. Utilities were approved again per the building plan and, and specified. There was no additional drainage requirement because it was an existing building. Generally adjoining and nearby properties, there are no adjoining properties except for the parking lot and the vacant lot to the north. This is within the urban village, and we are within 250 feet of another establishment selling alcohol, and as the staff has pointed out, that's the reason for the waiver. There are no operational or construction waivers that are being requested for this property. It is only an inside service area. There are no outside venues that are associated with it in any way. The rest of the criteria that we've met include the use and to ensure the public health, safety, and welfare and safety and general welfare of others, and it is developed and operated according to the site plan, to the plan as submitted. We're not proposing any exterior changes. The existing building, as I said, it's historic, and it was fully restored to the Secretary of State standard. The use which is listed as a special use in the district is proposed and compatible, and the use is similar to others in the area, although they're not of this particular cultural selection. The use is compatible with the contiguous and surrounding properties and the uses of the public. As I said, it's vacant except for the parking lot that's adjacent to it that services this building and the vacant lot to the north. The use will not establish a precedent or encourage more intensive or incompatible uses in the surrounding area. It's not more intensive, and it does not establish any use that would be incompatible with the city. I'm going to turn it over to Reuben Warrior, who can talk to you about the security measures that we've employed.
Hello, sir. Please say your name.
Good evening, Reuben Warrior.
Go ahead, sir.
You know, I was asked by Saddle Bags to assess their security assessment, their security plan. So I used 10 steps through there as I went through their plan. The first set of plans was okay, but we wanted to make some extra advancements on that, so I just had them make a few changes, and then now I've submitted this report to you guys here.
All right. Any questions for the gentleman? Nope. Anything else to add? Councilmember Moran.
I just want to thank you for your assessment. It looked very nice, but I also want to say that this Saddlebags, that's your company, I guess, this new venue is right directly across from a restaurant that's over 100 years old. It's one of the finest in the country. That's all I'm going to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. I just want to provide clarification on the requested AB sales classification. So the request is for a venue designation. And I have heard mention of reporting. This is a restaurant. You can have the use of a restaurant, but the designation of venue does not require you to report annually. The only way the establishment would be required to report annually is by adding a condition as directed by council. So if that is the desire before we close the hearing, if you would make that direction, that condition be added to the site plan. Otherwise, they're not required to report annually.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And as the applicant, we would request that condition be placed on the site plan. It's not our intention to avoid that. We are intended all along for the restaurant to be fully operational whenever the doors were open and patrons were there. And as I said, we engaged the security consultant because that comment came up as part of our neighborhood meeting, and the sound and also the security element. We are required, because it's in an urban village in Ybor City, to provide you with the sound attenuation study, but we are not required to place the security plan with you. But we'd be happy to add those to the site plan as a condition as well. I'll be happy to answer any questions regarding this proposal. Like I said, it's a new concept, but we have taken measures to make sure that it was not offensive and or it would create any adverse impact to any surrounding property owner.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to go to public comment. I have some registered speakers online. Is Fran Constantino online? Is Christina Johnson online? And did you swear them in, or do we need to swear them in? All right, Fran and Christina, please
Yes.
turn on your cameras, raise your right hand, and we will swear you in.
Listen to what they say.
Fran, turn on your camera. All right, please raise your right hand, Fran, and we will swear you in. Go ahead.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Fran Constantino is the
I do.
first speaker, followed by Christina Johnson. Fran, go ahead, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Frank Constantino,
I appreciate it. I would be with you tonight, but I'm home nursing 2 fractured ribs, so I apologize for that. And this is my first time appearing virtually, so I beg your forgiveness. I sent you an email yesterday, so I would like to read a couple of paragraphs into the record. For those of you that have been through this with us before, and for those of you who will learn of these issues that historic East Ybor City has been through for years, with shootings, fights, crowd noise, underage drinking, illegal parking, debris, put on your seat belts, because here we go again if this application is approved. We have been through all of the above with much smaller venues such as Club Manila, Patron, and the Broadway Bar. Saddlebags Ybor is a much larger venue and advertises itself as your ultimate Ybor City parking destination with hours that are totally acceptable. I think they originally presented were 7 days a week till 3 in the morning, and I understand they've been modified to Thursday, Friday, and Saturday till 2. At one meeting, the representative stated that they were going to bring in top name country bands that will start at 10:30 in the evening, which is about when the residents are planning to retire for the evening. Why waste more TPD time and resources when they are already stretched across Soho and the rest of the city? As it is, establishments on the west side of Ybor City weren't able to get enough off-duty officers to sign up or volunteer as required by ordinance. Saddleback stated that they will have top-notch security on site, but with no power to make arrests if necessary. So what's the point if there will still need TPD resources if any mayhem erupts? The city has already installed pay-by-plate on the east side of 7th Avenue, La Septima. So that can only mean that the patrons will be parking in the right-of-ways and on private property, our property. The proof of that is when there are night parades and neighborhood get-togethers, we're inundated with people avoiding to pay parking, therefore drinking, relieving themselves, and throwing trash all over our yards. This must be stopped, period. There are many more income-producing businesses that can go there other than a drunk riding a mechanical bull till 2 or 3 in the morning and then driving through our neighborhoods, blaring music as they exit. I am obviously in opposition to this application, and I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. They're using a formula that for 95 parking spaces for 803 people visiting this venue. So I don't know, that may work on the west side of Ybor because there's parking garages and parking lots, but for the west side, there's no place to go there. And they're supposedly gonna have 50 employees. Where are those employees gonna park? In the 95 parking spaces or in our neighborhood? I mean, Casa San Stefano has a rooftop bar, but they're not encroaching into our neighborhood. When I extended the historic district, or we did, from the Columbia to 26th Street, we didn't have this in mind. It was all to keep it residential.
Thank you very
And
much,
I'm just
ma'am.
asking for your, I'm just asking for your consideration in rejecting this.
Thank you very much. Christina Johnson, you are the next speaker. Go ahead, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hello, I'm Christina Johnson, 2407 East 10th Avenue, and I live 3 blocks behind the venue. I attended the neighborhood meeting. For all intended purposes, the layout and the limited menu, the way it's set up, it is a club. It's a country club, but it's still a club. And it's a club that has venues, music bands playing beginning at 10 o'clock, I think. It's a residential neighborhood. And to have another club in this particular neighborhood, also right down the street from another country bar, doesn't make a lot of sense. The parking is a huge issue. I mean, where are these people going to park? And we know we're going to end up with damaged fences, damages to property, drunks having fights and brawls in the middle of the street, people throwing their glass containers out onto the streets. And to have a venue that starts that late for music it's clearly not a restaurant. And it's got, like 5 things on the menu. It's like five fried things on the menu. And the noise, I'm concerned about the noise. Of course, I would be concerned about that because we have to sleep. We can still already hear some of the noise from 7th Avenue proper that come in through on certain windy days, come right in through our houses. as it is. And this is right in our backyard. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I hope that you vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay. All right, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? Please come up. All right, please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure, this is for some copies. One moment, sir.
Hi, my name is Denise Sansur, and I'm in front of the council today. I want to first thank you for your time this evening. Just to speak on the concerns that many of us have for saddlebags coming into our community. Number one, you know, we heard Mr. Michelini speak, but I never heard any reference about the residents in the neighborhood. This establishment would be within 50 square feet of the first home. And so to the other speaker's point is that we will be affected by noise and parking, and for a venue of this size, 1,300 square feet with a capacity of 800 persons, you know, and a staff of 50, where are the staff gonna park? Where are 803 people going to park? You know, we've that live in this neighborhood, we are affected by when there are parades. They do come and park in our neighborhoods. There is the noise, there is the trash, there are the fighting. You know, so these are things that we are very concerned about. First of all, this establishment itself, for as long as we know, has always been, over 100 years, has always been a retail or a furniture store. It's never had any liquor sold on the premises. You know, and we want to keep the historic preservation of Ybor City. From what I've seen on the application, they've only applied for a waiver from distance from other business establishments, but what about the distance from residential? That they're not within the appropriate spaces, appropriate distance. The paper that I passed off to you, this is all the neighboring businesses that surround Saddlebags. And if you take a look, they all close by 10 p.m. We're not, it's exactly against the proposed venue, but if they would adhere to a better time where it's not going to disrupt the residents, then maybe that's something that we can work with. But as it is now, if you're gonna start a venue at 10 p.m., it's not gonna really go on till 11 o'clock. That means we're gonna have spillage in our neighborhoods till 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning. And, you know, as you can see from here, there's plenty of residents in the neighborhood that will be affected. And my other concern is that they will not meet the 51% of food sales. If you take a look at their menu, it's fried food. La Colombia restaurant down the block that closes at 10 has better food, and I don't think that they're gonna make that. It is on their application as a restaurant club, not as a restaurant. So in ending, if they are gonna be a restaurant, then please treat them as such. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Yes, ma'am, thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, Jose Cayon, 2402 East 11th Avenue. I live about 2 blocks away from it. I've been in the neighborhood for over 10 years. In regards of Saddlebags, we had the opportunity to visit the establishment. When I first learned about it, I actually reached out to the landlord and asked what this business was all about. And they mentioned it was a restaurant. We all got excited. We needed restaurants. But coming to find out after a while, after finding some news on a website and then looking into the application, that this was being referred as a restaurant club, country style. Then it's a 13,000 square feet, like it was said before, 800 capacity. I don't know, I'm sure you're aware, East Ybor has a population of 600 people. A lot of people mentioned today in a previous item, single-family homes. We have a little bit of duplexes, we have triplexes, we have cottages, but mostly single-family homes for over 100 years. And now we can't even get a grocery store because we don't have the population or the density. We're 600 people. But this proposal basically says that we're able to afford somehow 13,000 square feet, basically the size of 20 single-family homes in a single-family home neighborhood that can accommodate basically 150% of our population every day, about 2 days a week. There's no law that can stop them from having concerts or having events any week, any day of the week in the evening. So basically every evening where we're trying to enjoy our homes, we're gonna have almost 1,000 people floating and clogging our streets. When we have parades in the past, we actually have had issues with getting emergency vehicles. This neighborhood was designed for, for buggies and horses. Our streets are very narrow. We don't have driveways, we don't have garages for the most part. We already struggle with parking. It may not be within the law to deny them for parking, but they're providing 90 parking spaces. They have 50 employees. Where are they gonna park? So this is totally, for me, this is totally unacceptable in the neighborhood. I love what they have done historically with the building, but this building has always been retail, and that was the expectation when it was renovated. Retail, not a large concert venue that that was sold to the neighborhood as a restaurant, and not a restaurant this size. I mean, we have Casa Santa Stefano that we love. Obviously, we love the Columbia restaurant, but these are amazing neighbors. These people service our neighborhood. You go to the Casa Santa Stefano, you see your neighbors, they close at 10 p.m. They're not a nuisance by no means. But honestly, I don't think I can be in support of this establishment. I think if this is gonna go in detriment of our life, and we already fought for years to get Broadway Bar, like Frank mentioned before, to get Manila out, constant fight, sleepless nights, countless sleepless nights. So I'm asking you to deny this application. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good evening, Kimberly McCray.
Go ahead.
Not to sound repetitive to what my neighbors have said, I would just like to say that I've lived in my neighborhood for 30 years and we have seen a lot of positive changes. But if Saddlebags is going to be open until 2 a.m., have music beginning at around 10:30, selling alcohol, it's not a restaurant in my opinion. We've seen a lot of positive changes in the neighborhood. We've all seen this movie before, especially in our neighborhood with the Broadway, with Manila, and we all know that the sequels are always worse. Thank you.
I mean, there's a couple of good sequels. Yes, sir,
Good
please
evening,
state your name.
ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frank De La Grana. I'm a fourth-generation Ybor City native, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the team behind Saddlebags. I hear everybody's concerns, especially people in the neighborhood, worried about the changes that it'll bring on that side of 7th Avenue. And having grown up in Ybor City, I've seen places come and go. What brought me here today to speak on behalf of this team behind Saddlebags is having the opportunity to have walked through that building, to see the Robertson building before the renovations, and to see what this team has done with it. I can tell you that they've spared no expense in the build-out. They have complied with all the city's requests. They've gone above and beyond, knowing that they're going to face adversity with getting this zoning change. They've expected it, but they've done everything necessary to comply. I can tell you that this is a very crucial decision for them. I've gotten to know them because of some work I've done in Ybor City, and as I've gotten to know this team, they've voiced to me their concerns and their frustration trying to comply with the city's requests and not getting anywhere. I can understand their frustration. And I've lived in Ybor City for close to 5 years, and I can tell you that if you're looking for a place for peace and quiet, that's not the place. The Roosters chased me out of there. I can't blame the clubs, but I just have to say that if you've had the opportunity to walk through this place, if you had the opportunity to look at their kitchen, this isn't a place that's just looking to sell alcohol and have cheap music. These people deserve a chance. I know that they'll comply with any request that the city asks them to do. And I just think it's fair, given the investment they've made in our city and given all the jobs they're willing to bring, that they're allowed to have that chance. Thank you all for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please state your name. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak?
He's part of the application.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, we'll go to rebuttal. Councilman Miranda,
No,
yes, sir?
go on. That building there was, many, many years ago, was not a one-solid building, it was divided, and the western part of it, which was the smaller part, was Florida Drugs, which was a drugstore, and the fellow who ran it, the pharmacist, was named Roy Valdez. And down the street, you had the other called Metropolitan Drugs, and that also was there, but they're both gone now, but I remember them like it was yesterday. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
He can speak, but I just want to make sure we don't eat up all of my rebuttal time. Go ahead.
All right, you have
Hi,
a 5-minute rebuttal.
My name is Randolph Gosine. I'm part of the partnership that's bringing saddlebags to Ybor City. We started this project 3 years ago, and our first steps was to invite the neighbors to come and talk to us. We sent emails out, and no one came and spoke to us about anything there. And when we had the neighborhood meeting, they told us the reason why they can come because they were going through some changes and they couldn't make it. However, we went ahead with this project, and to be honest with you guys, we were not aware of having to apply for a wet zone permit. We didn't know anything about this until March. We started this project 3 years ago. We spent $2.5 million to build out this project because of the historical requirements and how much stuff we had to put into the building. Our concept is basically we're a full restaurant. It's not a 5-item menu. We have 25 items on the menu. We hired a chef. This is a full-blown restaurant that's going to operate Tuesday to Sunday. We only close 1 day a week, which is Monday. The music venue side is we're only going to have music on Friday and Saturday between the hours of 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. Thursday, we are offering what is called line dancing lessons. That's going to start around 8 o'clock in the night. It's going to finish roughly around midnight. And the restaurant, everything's going to close up on Thursday between 12 and 1 a.m. So the only 2 days we are really going to 2 a.m. is Friday and Saturday. We are hiring around 50 people, but it only requires 25 people on the operations nights, because obviously when you're running a restaurant, you can't have people working 12-hour shifts. It's gonna start morning shift, evening shift, volume shifts, stuff like that. So to clarify what we're doing, we're not trying to diminish any concerns from the neighbors. We had a meeting with them. We asked them to give us a chance and see how we're going to operate. Our operation's going to we plan to clean up our areas when we close, like the parking lots, the surrounding areas. We're going to have our guys out there going around and picking up all the trash and we're not going to allow cops to leave the club, right, or the bar. They're not going to be able to leave with drinks. Because we're not going to have to-go drinks. So nobody should be leaving our area with drinks and stuff. So it shouldn't cause a problem with littering.
Let me finish that.
All right. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
You know, some of the things that the neighbors mentioned are not part of an application that we submitted. We have met or exceeded every requirement that the city has. The calculation based on occupancy is on square footage. Because there's a dance floor inside, the numbers go way up. But you couldn't put that many people in there if you wanted to. They'd be standing on top of each other. This is all inside. There is no outside. I showed you and I provided you with the sound analysis, which was done with live music, so that there is no outside music. At the street side, it's 47 decibels, according to the report, outside of the building. That's well within the city parameters. The security is inside and outside, so the parking areas are secure and they're well lighted. And as far as the trash and noise, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. They police it. They have staff outside that are security. They will make sure that doesn't happen. It's not related to it's a commercial building, and so there are a variety of uses that could be considered there. And the restaurant, as Johnny just told you, is going to operate completely. I mean, I'll be happy to put this on the screen to show you the decibel level with the controls that are applied to the sound system inside. And all of the sound is controlled by a master computer, and it's set so that it cannot exceed any of the appropriate levels established by the city. Someone living 3 blocks away and 2 blocks away and saying that they're going to be affected when the noise isn't even outside. The car noises and the motorcycle noises and the truck noises exceed anything that could be generated inside. One of the reasons why we avoided anything outside was to make sure that the entire area was contained. It was contained for safety and security, as well as for noise attenuation and any possible effect on any adjacent property. You know, we notified everybody. We had a neighborhood meeting. They mentioned security, they mentioned noise, and we addressed it. Nobody came back to us following that and said, hey, we got a problem because we don't like the use, or we don't like what type of food that you're serving. That's not the criteria for consideration here. We have met or exceeded everything that is required in the city code. And then we also engaged a security analysis to make sure that we met that and addressed that up front, not something that we suddenly, you know, as an afterthought came here and said, oh, it was an afterthought, sorry, we need to go time to go and engage a security analyst. We did it early, and it's a well-respected firm. So their report, you have it there. We'd be happy to make it part of the record. That the sound analysis, would be happy to make that part of the record. And again, we were requesting the restriction of 5149. So we were making sure that it remained a restaurant and that the kitchen remained open and fully operational anytime that the doors were open for patrons. You know, like I said, the square footage base is for occupancy. We have no control over that. The city applies their own formula to that. But we met the code that's established by the city. There's no waiver being requested for that. The only waiver was the distance between us and another establishment selling alcohol. I don't know how you avoid that in Ybor City. We're on 7th Avenue. We're between 7th and 8th Avenue. Every establishment in Ybor City is between 7th and 8th, or 7th and the railroad tracks going to the south. I don't know how you avoid those issues. I think we've addressed everything that the staff has asked us. We tried to address the concerns that were raised by the neighborhood, and I think that we've done that, as well as meeting the code. Again, the distance separation, I can't control that. The buildings are there. We didn't build a new portion of the building. We respectfully request your approval. These folks have come in, they've put their money where their mouth is to try to make sure that anything and any adverse impact was attenuated up front and not after the fact. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Clendenin, did you have a question?
I did. So the ownership group, are they the ones that renovated the exterior of the building as well, or was that previous?
That was part of them and also the property owner, Daryl Shaw.
So, okay. And question, because I think some of the concern is because of this neighborhood being bit by some of these previous establishments. Would there be an issue with having a site plan restriction of 1 a.m. instead of 2 a.m. so it's less like a club?
Where'd you go, Guy? Where'd you go?
I think with the music concerts.
One of the reasons why we chose 2 a.m. because I think in Ybor the bar stays open until 3. We chose an hour earlier, and also some of the music bands that we can get and bring, some of the up and coming, some of the national guys, they like to have a longer period of time to play and stuff. So we chose 2 a.m. Possibility, there's times we could close earlier. We just can't predict how, you know, it's gonna go.
They're asking for a commitment of 1 a.m.
Yeah, because I think there's this, and I don't even know if that would fly up here, but I think the sensitivity with the neighborhood is turning into more of a club type of atmosphere as opposed to a venue type of atmosphere. So I think by nature, when you have a 1 a.m., you are less likely to get the club type of people that are looking to party all night. And, you know, 'cause they start clearing out a little bit earlier and going. So, I mean, as far as you're encroaching, and so that's why I brought that subject up.
I mean, if it's something we have to consider, we will consider it, yes.
He's asking for a commitment. You either have to say yes or
It
no.
would be a site plan commitment.
You could come back and revisit that in the future if you proved yourself at 1 a.m.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we could commit to closing at 1 a.m. if it appeases the neighborhood and.
I believe that, again, because it lends itself to a different type of, you know, feeling and vibe as opposed to somebody that stays open to 2 or even 3 o'clock in the morning. And by right, I know you have these commitments for 2 a.m., but by right before that, it would have been 3 a.m. because of what you'd requested in your, if I remember.
Yeah, so all the bars in Ybor closes at 3.
Yeah, but again,
and we
I
chose
think that's what
2
we're trying to avoid, that encroachment
Right.
and that type of atmosphere. We're trying to pull that back a little bit. I appreciate that your investment in the community and of course the owner of the building, the investment in this building. I think we've had precedent up here because, you know, we, on the other side of 7th, on the west side of 7th, this council, we approved a alcohol sales and an outside patio venue right next to residential. So we've done that in the past on the opposite side. I voted against that, by the way. But yeah, okay. I think with that commitment of 1 a.m., I could support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Hurtak.
Yeah, I just want to say the other one, though, I think we got them to shut down at 10 or 11.
No, it was 1.
It was 1.
Yeah.
1 a.m.
Maybe we're talking about a different one.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Social club.
For me, knowing what's surrounding it are restaurants. And passing 22nd Street is just kind of the dividing line for me. And nothing else closes after 10. So the best I would be willing to go is 11. Like, I'm not okay with 1 a.m. This is not the club part of Ybor. So I can't support anything less, or that would be greater than 11 p.m.
Anybody else? Councilmember Moran?
I'm not saying I like it or dislike it. What I'm thinking is that how in the world do you put $2.5 million into something when you didn't even get the application for a restaurant and a bar before you spent the money?
Like I said, when I first started, we weren't aware of the whole process with the wet zoning. We went to the alcohol and tobacco office and we asked them what is the criteria before we did anything. And nobody has mentioned to us about wet zoning until March. We got an email from a fellow club owner down the street. He sent us an email and told us that, hey, did you get a wet zone? And that's when we found out about it. I mean, we weren't aware of it, I mean, to be honest. I mean, it's not an excuse, but our realtors, our landlord, I mean, nobody mentioned to us anything about us. I mean, if there was some type of criteria, the architect should have brought it to our attention as well. So nobody brought it to our attention until March, and that's when we applied.
All right. Anybody else? If not, I'll ask for a motion to close. Motion.
Just
wait.
Yeah, just real fast. We've had discussions about not allowing concentrations of alcohol. I'm going to get more and more strict about the 250 rule, and not approve as many of them at least past 11 o'clock.
Well, Councilman, the reason we restricted it to the reason we asked for the 5149 restriction was so that it wouldn't be perceived as an extension of a bar club, and that will be strictly enforced.
How is it enforced?
Which is gonna go on the site plan.
Let me ask this.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what 5149 is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
51% food sales and 49% alcohol sales.
You knew that. You know it now. Did you know it before?
Yes, sir.
You knew it before?
So the alcohol license, when you read the criteria for the type of license, it tells you that you have to sell 51% food and 49% alcohol.
From the beginning, he's saying he never anticipated it being a straight 4 COP.
Ms. Green, I understand this, but I mean, I don't understand how somebody puts $2.5 million in a building and doesn't do anything about finding out what he's gotta do.
I understand that,
Like me saying, I
and
wanna
when they
build an
called me,
airport
I advised them what they
on a
had to
water
do.
land. I can't do it.
So, just so we're clear, if we vote on this, the site plan is gonna reflect the 5149 and the 1 AM closing time, is that?
Ms. Dock, is that correct?
There are a couple of things that need clarification on the record, so LaShawn Dock Development Coordination. So one, there is a note that the applicant has agreed. So in addition to the site plan revisions in the staff report, the additional changes are to add a note that the establishment will provide annual reporting, which is consistent with the restaurant designation.
May I inquire about that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Because I understand the city at one point removed the reporting requirement. Are there any other special use permits that have reporting requirements still on their site plan?
That reporting requirement has not been removed.
Oh, so they still have to do, annual reporting?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
that's good. Thank you for that
If they have an
clarification.
R designation with their alcoholic beverage sales or an old wet zone approval, or if it is a condition of their approval, they must report annually.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely. And so that note would need to be added to the site plan. The second is that the developer is required to provide and maintain a security plan. So that language would have to be tweaked a little. I'll work with the applicant in between first and second reading, should this be approved at first reading, but that is another note to be added to the plan and a condition. The other is for the applicant to state what are the hours of operation. Because I've heard discussion about different hours and closing times. I would like for them to state now on the record what their hours are. And those hours can only be amended by new application and going through this process again. You cannot amend the hours administratively, just so the applicant understands.
We were requesting the 1 AM closing time for all of the days of their operation. And one thing that LaShawn...
What days are those, please?
So the only 2 days that we're gonna stay open until 1 AM is Friday and Saturday. Thursday, we probably close around midnight because it's line dancing lessons and stuff like that. The restaurant is operating from 11 AM to 11 PM. And on the nights that we stay open until 1 AM, the restaurant will also stay open until 1 AM.
So the restaurant and the building will be open on Tuesday?
Tuesday to Sunday at 11 AM and close at 11 PM. Other than the other 2 nights that we stay open until 1 AM, the restaurant will stay open until 1 AM that night.
So that would be Friday and Saturday?
Friday and Saturday. It will stay open. So basically, the restaurant will close at 11 PM unless we are staying open on the music side till 1 AM. It will also stay open to that time.
Let me just make sure we're clear here. It's Tuesday, Wednesday are open till, they're closed at 11.
Correct.
And the kitchen will be open till 11.
Correct.
Wednesday?
Till 11.
Wednesday at 11, so Tuesday?
Wednesday, 11.
11, and Thursday?
Thursday, let's just say Thursday, 1 AM as well, because just to be on the safe side.
So Thursday, Friday,
And
Saturday,
1
we're
a.m.
requesting 1 AM.
And then Sunday, 11 AM to 4 PM. It's a brunch. We're just doing brunch on Sundays. It's, we created like a family style brunch, fun with games and stuff.
One other thing that we need to add is that this only applies to the first floor of the building and not the second floor. It's a 2-story building. So it would be
Mondays are
restricted
closed.
to the first floor only.
And Mondays are closed?
Mondays is closed, yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, Ms. Doc?
Is that going to be on the
Those are
site?
the additions.
Will the
Oh,
Monday?
between first and second reading.
I'm sorry, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, with regard to Monday, what will be on the site plan?
Closed.
All right, any other questions? If not, Wes, yes, sir.
Could we just, Ms. Doc, could we just have you repeat that back just to make sure?
Absolutely. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the closing time is 11 p.m. On Thursday, the closing time is 1 a.m. On Friday and Saturday, the closing time is 1 a.m.
Sunday?
Sunday is 4 p.m.
Sunday is 4 p.m.
Sunday, you want to close at 4 p.m.
Yeah,
You
we just-
understand you cannot operate beyond 4 p.m. on Sunday.
That's fine, we're just doing brunch on Sundays.
And you also cannot change it administratively.
Correct.
Can I give a little assistance there? You may want to ask for the 11 p.m. so that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
probably,
All right, let's just do 11 p.m.
just to be consistent.
Anything else? Anything else? Motion to close? Motion to close. We have a motion to close from Councilman Clendenin. Do we have a second? Do we have a second to close? Second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Hurtak, would you like to read this? Yep. Councilmember Carlson, would you like to read this? Councilmember Miranda, would you like to read this? Councilmember Vieira? Councilmember Henderson?
I'll read it.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Before we do that, Mr. Chairman, just for the sake of the record, there have been communications that have been available to City Council, ex parte communications. There have been no verbal communications with any City Council members. I see nobody responding affirmatively. Could there be a receive and file for the written documents, please?
Second, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Thank you,
opposed? Councilmember Clendenin, go ahead.
File number AB 22415, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit, SU2, for alcoholic beverage sales, large venue consumption on premises, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcohol content, beer, wine, and liquor, on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 2234 East 7th Avenue, Tampa, Florida, is more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date with site plan changes between first and second reading.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Carlson.
I know that, I know that, stop me if I can't.
No, well, let me
But I would make a motion to stay open till 11 each night. I know that's not what the applicant wants, but if it gets rejected completely, then he's stuck with this investment with no license.
I'm going to direct council, again, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, I'm going to direct your attention to the staff report for this case and all alcoholic beverage special uses. 27-129, the general standards. That's your criteria, 1 through 5, that you're going to have to decide on the basis of competent substantial evidence. Also, with regard to what Councilmember Carlson stated, if you look at on page 4, subsection B, number 7, control of potentially adverse effects generally, in addition to consideration of detailed elements indicated above as appropriate to the particular class or kind of special use and the circumstances of the particular case, due consideration shall be given to potentially adverse effects generally on adjoining and nearby property, the area, the neighborhood, or the city, or the use or occupancy as proposed, or its location, construction, design, character, scale, or manner of operation. Where such potentially adverse effects are found, consideration shall be given to special remedial measures appropriate in the particular circumstances of the case, including screening or buffering, landscaping, control of manner or operation, hours of operation, alteration of proposed design or construction of buildings, relocation, et cetera, et cetera. So if that is something, if you wish to reopen the hearing, make inquiry and see what the applicant wishes to do. And just a reminder, council, and forgive me that I didn't do this at the beginning, but we did mention this at the last regular meeting. Per council's rules, no request for a continuance by the applicant petitioner shall be granted at a quasi-judicial public hearing after the petitioner has completed its initial presentation, unless upon determination by city council that it is necessary for purposes of procedural due process.
I'll second the motion to reopen if you
Is there
want.
a motion to reopen?
I'll make a motion to reopen.
All right, we have a motion to reopen the hearing. Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Vieira, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing is reopened.
Did you want to speak to it?
I know it's not what you want, but I would support a motion until 11 PM, which is maybe better than nothing.
Is there a motion, is there any thought on that, Councilman Vieira?
Yes, and I'm glad Councilman Carlson said that. I was thinking along the same lines. And maybe if you guys need to, just so you don't think publicly, so to speak, because that is a decision to make, maybe step outside for 10 minutes or whatever, we go to the next one, whatever, just a thought.
Councilmember Clendenin.
I just want to say, I mean, just in the nature of this type of a venue, they said, so they've got a restaurant and they've got a concert venue. If they're going to have performances, I don't know of anybody that can close down a performance by 11 PM. You can't even go to the Straz and close down by 11 PM.
Frankie Valley.
I mean, yeah, Frankie Valley. I mean, that is prohibitively early for a concert venue.
The problem also, just so the applicant knows, is that this goes with the land, and so although you may be a great operator, the problem is that somebody else might come in and do something that's not so great with it, and so we have to think ahead about the entitlement.
Council, I think, the restriction for the 5149 weighs heavy on any establishment not becoming something that's obnoxious. It's a self-imposed request for that restriction. So, perhaps consider that for those other nights, particularly Friday and Saturday night, is there any consideration for a little bit later time on those nights?
Councilmember Vieira.
11:30?
Our business hinges on, the rent in Ybor is super high. I mean, it's $50K a month. And overhead, closing at 11 PM, we're gonna just be there breaking even every month. And it's gonna be hard to have, not able to have the bands to come and play on Friday and Saturday and make a little extra money and to meet our business goals. It's hard to close at 11 PM every night.
What is the earliest that you could survive at?
I mean, 1 AM is like, we compromising 2 hours off the normal time for every other establishment in Ybor. And I know everybody's saying like we on a different side of Ybor, but Flex is right down the street from us, right next to Columbia. There's a bar named Flex, and they stay open till 3 in the morning. And so like, we're not trying to bring anything super drastically different to that area.
I think, Council, the reason we went to the lengths of hiring the sound analyst and the security firm was to make sure there were no adverse impacts. We would, greatly appreciate whatever consideration you could give us for a little bit later on the Friday and Saturday.
Councilmember Hurtak, Ms.
Thank you. I don't think that you understand what the community's talking about when they're talking about noise. They're not necessarily talking about noise from the establishment. They're talking about noise when people leave the establishment. They're talking about the noise from the parking lot and from walking to the cars. That's part of the issue. This part of Ybor, this part of 7th Avenue, does not have clubs. We've had problems with the rest of Ybor. If you've been listening to council, we've been trying to pull back on clubs on 7th Avenue in Ybor. So I'm not sure where you come here and think that we're going to be okay with the 1 AM closing when even in the rest of Ybor, we're starting to pull back on that. I'm sorry for the investment, but that's not my issue. My issue here is everything else surrounding it closes at 10 PM. And I think 11 is generous. And that's what I'm willing to do. And I'm not willing to go any further And that's just me. Others might feel differently, and I'm fine to be in the minority, but I'm not going to entertain anything more than 11 p.m.
Mr. Shelby.
I think what Councilwoman Hurtak just did was something that I was going to suggest or raise or express concern about, is that what she did was she, in the record, explained the purpose of the condition that you are willing to place and the basis in competent substantial evidence that you're taking that position based on the evidence that you've heard in the record. So what I'm saying to you is that's fine, that's well and good, but to continue to, I don't want to use the term horse trade, but continue to do this, I don't want this to rise to the level of an exaction, that somebody could say that I was coerced into it. So my suggestion is that there is either an agreement and consent or not.
Council, could you just give us 10 minutes, let us go outside and confer, please?
We're gonna take a recess for 5 minutes, come back, and then
Thank you.
when you're ready. Thank you very much.
Muted. unmuted.
Carlson. Hurtak.
Wait.
Carlson. Hurtak. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
Yes, sir, have you come to a conclusion or agreement?
We're gonna have to open on Monday to offset some of the costs, right? So Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. We wanna know if we can do Friday and Saturday at midnight and Sunday, 11 p.m. And we talked to the neighborhood association. They're willing to support us if we close at midnight on Friday and Saturday. She could come up here and say something.
Well, can they come up and speak and at least confirm that we've had that discussion?
No, I would like, can we ask them to speak, or move to?
Can you
hearing
just
is
come
still
up
open.
and just a few seconds each, and you're speaking in your individual
Okay,
capacity.
we are here
Wait,
speaking
your
for
name,
our
your name,
behalf.
Your name.
Jose Quillon, 2402 East 11th, and we're not representing the association. The treasurer right now, and Denise is the secretary, but we're not representing the association. That's why we never mentioned it.
But you as an individual person.
As an individual, I think that restaurant is what we want. Midnight, I probably would agree if, I also feel for what they have done and everything, so, on Friday and Saturday. But it's your decision,
Okay.
not ours.
But you live there, so, yes, sir.
Can we ask the other lady to speak?
Oh, is there somebody else wishes to speak?
Yes, come up.
Denise Sansor, while, as I said before, I'm not opposed to the business, just the hours. We want to make everybody happy, so I'm willing to work with them. 11 o'clock during the week is fine. Fridays and Saturdays till midnight, I'm okay with, but I will give it back to council.
Thank you
and let
very
them
much,
decide.
Mr. Shelby.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, council, this is first reading. It's going to come back for second reading and a public hearing, at which time you can take additional testimony if necessary.
Okay.
Motion to close, if not
Second.
Motion closed from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Clendenin, would you like to read it again with the new hours that will be on the site plan?
Yes. File number AB 224, let me make sure I'm on the right one, 15, correct?
Item number 10, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
okay, very good. An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit, SU2, for alcoholic beverage sales, large venue consumption on premise only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 2234 East 7th Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date, with the site plan modifications included, and the hours of operation as the applicant has just stated.
We have a motion, we have a second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
No.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 a.m. in Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Council, thank you so much for your consideration. We appreciate your time and allowing us to work this out. Thank you.
Thank you. 7 more cases. Item number 11.
Good evening, Council. Leo DeBartolome, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 11 is AB 22430. This is for the property at 2506 South MacDill. The request is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premise, package sales, consumption off premise. The applicant is requesting AB sales in 7,061 square feet of indoor area and 467 square feet of outdoor area for a total AB sales area of 7,528 square feet. The AB sales hours are consistent with Chapter 14. The total required parking is 60 spaces, and 28 spaces are provided for the site. The applicant has requested a waiver to that standard. have the aerial zoning map on the screen here. The subject site is outlined here in red. This is on South MacDill between West San Jose Street to the north and West Palmyra Avenue to the south. This is South MacDill here. There are other commercial general zone sites here. The applicant has a current AB sales approval for a small venue with the sale of beer and wine for consumption on premises and package sales. The request will add the ability to sell liquor for the restaurant use. This is the site plan. You can see the property boundary here. This is the building here. It has other commercial uses currently, and you can see the proposed and the current AB sales area and the parking to the west. Have pictures also to show. This is a photo looking at the subject site on South MacDill. This is a photo of the parking lot to the north of the building. Here is a photo looking north on South MacDill. This is a photo looking south on MacDill. Here is a picture from across the street. There's other commercial uses. And another photo of the commercial uses across the street. Development coordination and compliance staff reviewed the application and found the application inconsistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations. There is one waiver that was requested relating to the distance separation from other AB sales establishments. Minor site plan modifications are required between first and second reading, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? No. Thank you very much, sir. Applicant, come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Colin Rice, attorney with the law firm of Older Lundy, here on behalf of the applicant, Crew Sellers LLC, joined by the owner, Tori Bingham, behind me. The Crew Sellers has been operating here since 2010. I'll try to be brief tonight. I know it's been a long day. But in short, we are seeking to add liquor sales to an established restaurant space. Again, established in 2010, last modified in 2012. It's important to note that no packaged liquor is proposed. There's currently packaged wine happening. That is proposed to continue, but in a slightly modified way, which I'll show you shortly. So to orient you, we're in South Tampa, as Leo had depicted, on South MacDill, just north of Beta Bay. Turn this. So this is due north here, an aerial of the subject site. You see the established commercial center, the parking area, MacDill here. So zooming in on the site plan, I've added some red labels to kind of help what we're dealing with. It's a bit of a unique site. Everything here is already wet zoned. What we have here are a personal services establishment and a pharmacy. They're not serving alcohol. They were just included in the prior wet zoning. Nothing about their use, anything is proposed to change. They're not serving. What we have here is the Crew Sellers restaurant space, the existing indoor area, existing outdoor area. And what we were proposing is, I'm sure council can appreciate, there are many different varieties of alcohol approval, and the state and the local approvals have to be compatible. So it's basically what we're doing here. We are proposing to add liquor service for restaurant patrons, again, not package, and isolate the retail component to this corner, which is about 300 square feet. So that way, you know, we can have the appropriate state approval, everything works. We're not adding 1 inch of sales area. And to speak to the waivers, there were four, or excuse me, let me make sure I'm not misspeaking. Okay, so there are four prior approved waivers. The waivers are identical, except that because Crew became so popular and everybody wants to move into this area, there's a new restaurant, the BT restaurant, right across the street. So the same waiver applies, distance separation from AB establishment, but there's a new restaurant that's closer. So that's now 75 feet instead of 187 feet. We held a neighborhood meeting. This is way back in July. This was prolonged due to the hurricane, as I'm sure a number of applications tonight were. We've heard from nobody with any comments, opposition or otherwise. So, we feel as though we've been established and this is a minor fix or an update given market conditions and consumer tastes to reflect the needs for 2024 and beyond. So to conclude, Crew Sellers has been a community anchor. They've been good neighbors. This is a pretty minor tweak in aggregate. It's just so that people enjoying the restaurant can have a broader array of beverage options. Again, crucial to the survivability of these very low margin industries. It's an important feature to help our friends at Crew Sellers proliferate into the future. So with that, I will close. I appreciate everybody's time and consideration. Request your approval tonight.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say I appreciate how you are narrowing the focus of the sales area, because this runs with the land, gives us less concern about this becoming a package store in the future. And I hope others listen to that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 11? I see no one. We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Hurtak, would you like to read this?
Sure. File number AB 2-2430. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premises, package sales, consumption off premises, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor, at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 2506 South MacDill Avenue, as more particularly described in Section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, repealing ordinance number 2012-63, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in Old City Hall's City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you, sir. And we're moving on to item number 12.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item 12 is AB 2-2412. It's for the property at 1020 West Busch Boulevard. The request is for alcoholic beverage sales, a large venue classification for the sale of beer, wine, and liquor, and this is for consumption on premise only. So the location contains indoor and outdoor area. This suite is a part of a strip center, and I'll show you in just a moment in the photos. But the AV sales area for indoors will be 3,381 square feet on the first floor, and the same square footage on the second floor, for a total AV sales area of 4,010 square feet. I'm sorry, 4,010 square feet would be the second floor outdoor. So there's outdoor area on the second level, and there's indoor area first and second level. The total AV sales area is 10,772 square feet. Hours, the AB sales hours are consistent with Chapter 14. A total of 61 spaces are required and 26 spaces are provided. On this one, I'll show you on the aerial, also with the site next to this location. The applicant at the time of application for the alcoholic beverage sales did not at the time own this parcel. So this is the property on the aerial map, which is outlined in red. This is Busch Boulevard, this is North Boulevard. This is Chamberlain. So this is the location. The applicant, midway through this process, obtained ownership of this lot. This lot has a commercial general zoning on it. So the applicant has already received a permit, which is intended, for parking. They already have a permit for parking on this lot. This was already in process, so the options were to either delay the alcohol request to allow the addition of that parking in this request to be included, or to move forward with this and request a waiver. Although the waiver is not as significant because they do have the approvals already for this as a parking lot. So staff supports the waiver that's requested. But you can see the CG zoning along Busch Boulevard for the site itself. And then I'll show you photos. So this would be a private recreational facility and a bar lounge establishment at this location. And I have the site plan just to show you what was submitted in the record. So this is Busch Boulevard. Entry to the site is on Busch. This is the property would have that extended parking area, the additional parcel that the owner obtained. So you have parking that's in the front. This is a strip center. There are other shops on the first level of this area, but this is the outline of the AB sales footprint. This portion within this area would be indoor sales, first and second floor. On this portion, this is the outdoor sales for second floor only. And I can show a little better on the photos of the site. So this is the entire site. These are the locations that I was mentioning in the strip center. There are other businesses that are located on the end of this building. This is the first and second floor indoor, and then that's the second floor outdoor area. And then this is a close-up of the site. This shows you the entry to the extended parcel. Another view of that parcel, which is for parking. This is looking east on Busch. This is across the street north of the site. This is further down north of the site across the street. And then this is a view when you're looking west on Busch. DRC staff has reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent. That is just due to the waivers requested. And then again, staff supports the waiver for the parking reduction. And staff is available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? We have an applicant.
Thank you, Council.
State your name, please.
Yes, my name is Tania Garcia Torres. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you? I am the owner of the building and the owner of the property. We have been in this project for 3 years now, my husband and I, and we are doing a venue for festive parties and for graduations. We have purchased the property next door, as Ms. LaShawn had stated, for the overflow parking. We do have other tenants in the building, but they are a beauty salon and a tattoo place that they do close by 7:30. We will use the restaurant, like I said, and a lounge. I don't know what else you want me to say, excuse me. But like I said, we have been in this for 2 years, my husband and I, and it's just gonna be a family orientated. That's what we're trying to do.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Do you have plans for what time you would close the outdoor patio?
Yes, ma'am. We would, we're thinking of just Mondays not opening, Tuesdays to Thursday doing it till 11. And then, of course, Saturdays and Sundays we'll probably do till 2. No more than that. We're not planning to do very, like I said, if we do a party, it would be also any type of graduation party, any type of reunions, things like that. We have had Chamberlain School approach us to try to do certain things for them there, and also the realtor company next door does want to do also, you know, meetings there and things there in the evening, but I don't think any more than 2 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays, ma'am.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the interior, I'm just talking about the exterior?
The outside, yes.
Yeah.
The outside, like I said, is not for, I don't think we'll do live music out there. We have the stage inside, if there's any type. We do plan on doing live music, but just like I said, a bar lounge thing, nothing with, prior to me, in other words, the client before me.
Okay, so would you be okay with, like a condition that says that there would be no amplified music outdoors after, say, midnight?
I would consider that, yes, ma'am, I would,
Okay.
yes.
I'm just thinking about the
No, I
residents
know.
behind you, so I just want to make sure
Well,
that.
the railroad is behind me. you
Oh,
know that.
okay,
The railroad,
okay.
I don't have any residents. The
Oh,
railroad is
okay.
behind me and
Okay.
all commercial is around me.
Okay, then I'm on a different.
No, it's okay, it's
No,
okay.
I just generally I think about those things, but okay, didn't.
Yeah, yeah, and that
Didn't
train
realize
is
that.
pretty loud as it is.
Thank
ma'am.
you.
It's okay, ma'am. I understand.
Any other questions? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak? Yes, sir, come on up and yes, ma'am. Come state your name. You'll have 3 minutes each.
Good evening, my name is Jeanette Yates. My husband and I own the 2 buildings just west of this venue. And I want to correct that we have the railroad directly behind us, but across the railroad, all kinds of residential. When they were speaking of an outdoor venue, that means a rooftop that they have put on the top of their building. It blares. I don't know if that's permitted. I don't know if it's structurally sound to have a rooftop, but the music blares. And I have a real estate office that has been in business for 48 years right next door. I have people coming in Saturdays, Sundays, evenings where we're doing business. I object already to I think that with the Chamberlain High School being less than a block away, you've got kids out. About 3 years ago, there was a student killed right in front of our offices. They walk, and I believe it's hazardous. It's more hazardous with people coming out being drunk. They're too close to the high school. This is mostly business area. Busch Boulevard is already heavily traveled, and I think this would just make it even more hazardous. Our buildings are 7 feet apart. We found bottles, beer bottles on our roof. The roofs are 7 feet apart. And the more alcohol they drink, the worse it's gonna get. I object to having the beer bottles thrown onto my roof. I question the parking. Even with that small lot, it's not gonna be sufficient. In the past, when they've had an event, they filled up both the parking at my building and my building next door, okay? There is not sufficient parking there to have a big party. I'm gonna let my husband speak and see what he has to say, but I object to alcohol being sold at this venue.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
Carl Yates. I just add a couple of things, points that even this evening, I'm picking up debris from their rooftop venue. It's pretty well, it wasn't put together very well structurally, so I can't really speak to that, but I can speak to the fact that we were always picking up things that were thrown from their rooftop over onto our rooftop and down between the buildings. And it's an area where we have homeless people sometimes that hang out in there as well. And so it kind of drew a different crowd to that area. But having the high school close by is also a concern to me too. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir, thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? If not, if the applicant would like to come up, is there anything else that you would like to add, any rebuttal?
Yes, sir, I understand their concern regarding the high school, and I think that it's more than 1,000 feet away or something like that, I think. And I've really never seen anyone walk that way. Regarding them saying we've thrown things on their roof, there's no sales, there's never been, we haven't opened, in other words. We do have a church that has had reunions before. Maybe that's what they're speaking of. But we do have an issue with homeless, and we've both had that issue, herself and I, regarding, I don't know, I did have her approach me, or someone from her realtor asked if they could rent our area. Like I said, I don't know, the hurricane did cause a lot of debris on her side, but mostly we have picked up everything. Mostly the whole area behind us, we have fixed and taken care of all the trees back there. It's all clean. Like I said, I don't, I apologize if she says that we threw something on there, but we really don't have any beer bottles or open. We're not open, so I believe those are the homeless people that we've had issues with back there.
Councilmember Moran.
You have any music at any time?
I'm sorry, sir?
You gonna have any music at any time?
We've had issues with the music because, of course, there's a church down there. There is a church, and they do gatherings, and they do festive stuff, and they do put music on Saturdays and Sundays, and I think Wednesdays they do have gatherings.
Do you know what time the music ends?
I don't know, sir. I mean, like I said, sometimes they're there till 11.
Well, I'd just like to pay, get a definite time to close the music, if you want the alcohol, with me anyway. I don't know about the others.
A definite time to close the music? Is
I don't know.
midnight?
You tell me. I'm not asking. I'm not
Is
telling you.
midnight okay, sir? I mean, I'm willing to, like I said, we would open just till midnight or 11 during the week.
Well, you gotta tell me that, what you wanna do with the music, at what time you're gonna stop the music.
I can stop the music at noon, at midnight, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Hurtak, did you want to say something else now?
No, I think that's fine.
Because it is all commercial area, sir, so the
I
office is
understand
closed
that,
by,
but when you're, let me finish.
okay, sir.
When you up in another floor, the wind picks up the music, takes it a long, long way.
Yes, it echoes, sir. Yes, I
If you ever live
understand.
next to a football stadium or a baseball stadium, it's enclosed, but you can hear the music, depends on the wind, 5 miles away. Believe me when I tell you, I'm not.
Yeah, but mostly the music will be in the evenings when all the offices are closed in the area, sir.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that at all.
Okay,
I'm just
sir.
saying, I need an hour that the music stops.
Midnight, sir.
All right,
All
so
right, thank you.
you'll be willing to put that on the site plan, so it's in the record, midnight?
If it needs to be, yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Hurtak.
I just wanted to clarify for outdoor
Outdoor.
Just for
amplified, just for outdoor
Just for outdoor,
amplified
yes,
music.
yes, that's what he,
Outdoor. I'm
yes.
sorry, she's
Just
right.
wanted to make sure that everyone was clear about
Yes,
that.
yes, ma'am, just
Does
for
that
outdoor.
work, Ms. Doc?
Yes, LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination. So what are the hours during the week now?
We would do from 11, like I said, to midnight, and then Fridays and Saturdays till 2. And then you said outside only till midnight, the music.
Even though you open the 2 outside, it closes at 11, the music.
Yeah, everything would close at 11, yes, sir.
So outdoors ends at 11.
Yes, sir. No, at midnight, he said.
Outside,
Excuse
The
me,
midnight said.
midnight daily?
Yes, ma'am.
So we can add that to the site plan modifications to be made between first and second reading. Thank
All
you.
right, is there a motion to close?
So move.
Motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Carlson, would you like to read item number 12? Councilmember Miranda, do you want to read 12?
I'll read 12, Mr. Chairman. File number AB 2-24-12. Orders being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance approving a special use permit SU for alcohol beverage sales, large venue consumption on premise only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcohol. If I could turn the page, I can read it. Content, beer, wine, and liquor at a certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 1012 West Busch Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in sections 2, providing that all ordinance or partial ordinance in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
1020 Busch Boulevard, the West Busch
With
Boulevard.
with the music closing at 11,
No, midnight.
midnight, I'm sorry, and, I forgot what was the other one.
Outdoor amplified, outside.
Yeah, thank you.
Excuse me, Susan Johnson for Les Legal. I just want to clarify. It sounded like you said 1012. I just wanted to make sure 1020.
The address
1020 Busch Boulevard. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
Motion carried with Carlson and Vieira voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Item number 13, we have 5 more cases.
Item number 13, Leo DeBartolome, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 13 is AB 22434 for the property at 6430 North Florida Avenue. A request for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor for consumption on premises, package sales for consumption off premises. The applicant is Kevin Casey and the property owner is 6430 Florida Avenue LLC. The applicant is requesting AB sales in 1,819 square feet of indoor area and 382 square feet of outdoor area for a total AB sales area of 2,201 square feet. The AB sales hours are consistent with Chapter 14. The total required parking is 28 spaces, and 28 spaces are provided. I have an aerial map to show. The subject site is outlined here in red on the map. This property is on North Florida Avenue. It's in the Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive Zoning District, which runs along this corridor with West Lambright Street to the north and East North Street to the south. The applicant has a current AB sales approval for a craft distillery, retail shoppers goods with package sales only. This request will add the ability to add consumption on premises. This is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. You can see the area of the building here. That is the indoor sales area, and then what the outdoor sales area is depicted. You enter the property on North Florida Avenue here, and the parking is situated to the north and to the west of the building. The building to the south here, which is on the property, is also it's the Sol de Cuba Cafe Restaurant that also has an AB sales approval of a small venue of beer, wine, and liquor consumption on premises and package sales. I have some photos of the site.
This wasn't already West Zone?
Yes, sir. The current approval is for a small venue, for a craft distillery.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah.
This is a photo of the subject site. This is a photo looking south on North Florida Avenue. From that same angle, this is West Lambright Street looking towards the west. This is a photo of the rear elevation of the building from that back parking lot. Here is a photo looking north on North Florida Avenue. And this is the view from across the street, which is a vacant commercial lot currently. Development coordination and compliance staff reviewed this application and found the request to be inconsistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations. There is one waiver that is requested related to the distance separation, and that's going to be from that other venue. Minor site plan modifications are required to be made between first and second reading, and I am available for any questions.
Any questions for this gentleman? No? Thank you very much, sir. Applicant? Hello, sir. Please state your name.
Hi, Kevin Casey here. And like I said, we've been in operation since 2018. This is a change. The state license for craft distilleries changed a few years back and allowed us to request local approval to now do individual cocktail sales and also potentially expand to beer. That's what the request is about. We've been operating in the neighborhood, and we took some community feedback, so we're actually requesting some fewer hours than we're currently allowed to have. And so we made those concessions for our new neighbors, as the neighborhood has changed over the years since we got started there.
All right. Any questions, Councilmember?
Can you specify what those hours are?
We have limited outdoor noise until at 10 o'clock now, so no more outside sound or TVs after 10 o'clock. And we've capped our hours at, where do we end up? Sorry, our neighbors made a few adjustments with us. We are 10 o'clock Tuesday, Wednesday, 10:30 or 11 o'clock on Monday, Thursday, and then midnight on Friday, Saturday.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item number 13.
Second.
We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin and Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson, 13.
I'd like to move file number AB 2-24-34, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premise, package sales consumption off premises, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 6430 North Florida Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, repealing AB 1-17-16, providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
4 more cases. Item 14.
Agenda item number 14 is Leo DeBartolome, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 14 is AB 22435. This is for the property at 2106 West Main Street. The applicant is David Mechanic, and the property owner is 2106 West Main Street, LLC. The request is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premises, package sales, consumption off premises. The applicant is requesting AB sales in 3,773 square feet of indoor area and 466 square feet of outdoor area for a total AB sales area of 4,239 square feet. The AB sales hours are consistent with Chapter 14. No parking is required for existing structures per the West Tampa Core overlay. I have a aerial view of the zoning on the site. This is the property here, outlined in red along Main Street. This is between North Albany Avenue and North Howard here. This is along commercial corridor here. And you can see I-275 to the south of the site. The applicant has current AB sales approval with a small venue for the sale of beer and wine. This request will add liquor, the ability to sell liquor. This is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. You see the property boundary here. This is North Main Street here to the north, and the indoor and outdoor sales areas are depicted here. This applicant currently has an AB sales approval the property has a AB sales approval for a small venue for the sale of beer and wine. Nope, I already covered that. And I have some photos here of the site. This is the subject site here, from West Main Street. This is a photo looking looking west on West Main Street. This is a photo of the property that's currently being renovated across the street. This is a photo looking east on Main Street. This is a photo looking south on North Albany. You can see the end of the building on West Main. And this is a photo looking north on West Albany. Development Coordination and the compliance staff reviewed the application and found the request inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. That's due to the waiver that was requested for the distance separation from other AB sales establishments. Minor site plan modifications are going to be required to be made between first and second reading, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? Nope, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Applicant, Mr. Mechanic, please state your name.
Good evening, council members. My name is David Mechanic. Excuse my appearance. I had a medical procedure yesterday. The doctor told me I should not travel, do not drive. So I was doing this virtually until my computer crashed. And I mean, it was quite an exasperating experience, but I drove very rapidly over here and I made it in time. Thank you.
If you're listening, disregard what we just said.
Yeah, although I was on the crosstown driving 5 miles an hour the whole time. So anyway, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Main Street 2106 LLC. With me this evening is Jared Bray and Harriet Jackson and Ham Jones, who are owners of the building. Harriet is the operator of the restaurant. And she could not stay. She was going to speak to you this evening, but could not stay this evening. What I've showed you, photograph is on the Elmo is the red brick storefront. It's a historic building. They intend to preserve it and keep it that way. I would just like to clarify, Leo pointed out that there was a technical objection. The only objection is the way we worded the waiver. We have one single solitary waiver, which is the distance waiver between alcoholic sales establishments, which on Main Street, I think you could understand. I don't think you could establish a liquor sales without needing a waiver on that particular street. And you can also see in the Elmo photograph that there is on-street parking located here. I would also like to point out, since outdoor amplified music was topic of many petitions this evening, the outdoor amplified music is, first of all, we limited it to 11 p.m. on the site plan. More importantly is the outdoor areas in the back of the building, which faces an alley, but more importantly, beyond the alley is I-275. And all the property between the building and 275 is commercial. There are no residential properties within that location. All the other hours of operation are as specified in the code. I would just like to read off the criteria, if I could separate these pages. I apologize, I'm just gonna pull this from the report. Ingress and egress, I need to testify as to these factors that are specified in the ordinance. Ingress and egress is via Main Street. Off-site parking is not a requirement under the West Tampa overlay. Refuse and service areas are in the rear of the building. They meet code requirements lighting, utilities, drainage, and control of adverse impacts are all per the code, and no staff objections were leveled in connection with this application. So with that, I will close and be happy to answer any questions and respectfully request your approval.
Any questions? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 14? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading 14?
14, file number AB 2435. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration and ordinance region. An ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcohol beverage sales, small venue consumption on premise, packages, sale, consumption off premises, and making the lawful sale of beverages regardless of alcohol content, beer, wine, and liquor at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 2106 West Main Street, as more particularly described in Section 3, from providing that all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict are repealed, repealing ordinance number 2018/161, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Mr. Chair, per the applicant's request, move to reopen file, item number 13, file number AB 2434.
Go home and get some rest.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to reopen item 13. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. 13 has been reopened. I guess there's a technical issue.
Yes, thank you so much, Council LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination. The applicant met with the community and they had agreed upon a certain set of hours and closing times on certain holidays. And that was to be added to the time. That was not on the revision sheet, and I apologize. So we ask that this be reopened so that the applicant can state those special dates that they would like those hours on the record, and that will become a part of their revisions to be made between first and second reading.
Okay, come on up and just let us know.
Sorry about that. Kevin Casey again. The specific hours are open until, requesting it be up until 1 a.m. on the following days. New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, Gasparilla Day, Super Bowl Sunday, St. Patrick's Day, Cinco de Mayo, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, and annually December 15th through January 10th. That captured our holiday parties and private events.
How does council feel about that?
We have to take public comment?
All right. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak about these hours? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Ms. Doc, do we need to reread the ordinance and do it all over again?
I don't
or-
believe the title has to change, but I would suggest that you do a motion to amend.
Okay. Can I get a motion to amend the ordinance and include that revision sheet between first and second reading?
Motion to amend file number AB 2434 to include the revision sheet as stated by the applicant for the closing hours. Or-
You mentioned certain dates and you say something between December 15th and.
For the
Right,
holiday parties.
Right, from a usage standpoint, we do a lot of private holiday parties during the Christmas holidays, and we wanted to have the flexibility to be open past 11 o'clock on some of those days. And so we agreed to 1 o'clock for that block of time, because it captured those things along with New Year's Eve, as well as the new college football playoffs that bleed past our normal operating hours.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. We just dissolved the city government while you were gone. Sorry. All right, item number 15.
Thank you, Council LaShawn, Doc.
Wait, real quick.
Oh,
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent at vote.
thank you, Council LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination. Item 15 is AB 2436. It's for the property at 5017 East Washington Street. This is a request for a large venue classification, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premise, and package sales consumption off premise. The location is currently operated as a recreational facility, a private recreational facility. This is the Shriners location. The AB sales requested, the indoor area is 25,317 square feet. The outdoor area is 12,948 square feet for a total AB sales area of 38,265 square feet. The hours are consistent with Chapter 14. A total of 225 spaces are required and 158 spaces are provided. So this location has current AB sales approval. It was approved in 2023. And it was under AB 22303, and it's for a large venue classification, beer, wine, liquor consumption on premise only. So this request before you this evening would allow that ability for package sales. In addition, it adds an additional outdoor sales area to the request. So this is the site. Let me just zoom out just a little bit. You can see the site is outlined in red. This is Washington Street. This is South 50th Street. So this is the location of the site. The red actually extends beyond. That's not correct. It really should be this yellow line here, the eastern boundary. But the facility you can see, of course, is built. It is in operation currently. There's this outdoor area that's located in the rear. This would extend that outdoor area further to the east. So you can see it has the CI zoning on that property. This is the site plan, which is submitted with that request. So this is Washington Street. You can enter the site on Washington, and then the surface parking is this in front of the building. This is the outdoor area which has been added to this request. But the AB sales area is outlined in this dark outline on the site plan. And then I have pictures of the site. So this is a view of the site on Washington. This is another view that shows the parking. This is another view. This is the parking that's in front of the site looking towards the commercial that's towards South 50th. This is a view if you're looking east on Washington. The site is off to the right of this picture. This is north across the street from the parcel. This is also north. This is if you're looking west on Washington. So the site is off to the left in this picture. And then this is west of the site. This is at the corner at 50th Street. So DRC staff reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent. There are site plan modifications to be made between first and second reading. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Is there an applicant? Jamie Meyer.
Thank you, council.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good evening, Jamie Mayer of the law firm Hillsborough Henderson, representing the applicant, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, and I have been sworn. Out of respect for the fact that you all have had a 12-hour day as of about now, I'm going to just breeze through my slides. As Ms. Dock explained, this is the Egypt Shrine Center, and I know there's members of council who've seen us come before you in 2021 and 2023. It's been a long process to get this site built. They finished constructing it and then opened during COVID. And so they started kind of in phases. Also has to do with the fact that they're a nonprofit and they can't get their funding all at one time. So they kind of space things out. And then they finally got to finish their patio in 2023. And now they have an event lawn, which I'll show you a photo of in a minute, that they're trying to add to the overall AB area. They're also trying to add package sales. And just to clarify, because I know that's been pretty a common theme tonight, for them, it's for charity auctions, fundraising events, and event vendors who might be selling, champagne, bottles of wine, and so forth. So it's not a store, it's a package sales so that they can have these, bottles that are sold at, say, charity auctions or fundraising events, and people can leave with them. I'll go quickly. As Ms. Stock also stated, the existing AB area is that whole first floor of that structure, because there's multiple rooms that I'll show you that are event rooms that can be rented for weddings and all kinds of charity events. And the additional area I've highlighted with a little yellow arrow there, that is the event lawn that they just finished, and so that's going to be adjacent to and kind of continuous with the outdoor patio. And that's the addition is 5,400 square feet, which sounds like a lot, but I'll show you this for context. This is that whole 13,000 square foot area of outdoor sales. It's this outdoor patio that's already there and already has the consumption on premises approval, and then the event lawn, which as you can see is more geared towards luxury, elevated kind of events like weddings. And again, just to kind of give you a little more context about the interior, they have a lot of space so that they can host a wide variety of events
I will note this also serves as their headquarters, so there are offices upstairs that are not wet zoned. But this is a significant source of funding for their charitable works throughout the communities because they are a nonprofit. So having this event center, in fact, they used to have one in Dana Shores that was a very similar concept, very large, outdoor, indoor, rentable event venue, and that was a huge source of their funding. And when they weren't able to keep that building, they built this one. Staff did find it inconsistent for the waivers that you see with many of these applications. We did previously have a waiver approved for 158 spaces. Parking lot's not going to change, and they do actually have an arrangement with the adjacent Marathon gas station, who I'll show you a photo. They have a very large open area where they can park overflow if needed. They've never had a problem with the parking, but they do have some overflow area, and again, this is a very large parking lot. They've never had an issue with it or any complaints from anybody using it. And then the Marathon gas station is actually the site that they also need a waiver from because they have alcohol sales with a convenience store. With that, I'm available for any questions and respectfully request council's approval. Thank you.
Any questions? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 15? We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clinton. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Vieira, would you mind reading 15?
Sure. Move an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, large venue consumption on premises, package sales, consumption off premises, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 5017 East Washington Street as more particularly described in section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealing ordinance number 2023-60, providing the effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Next up is item 16.
Leo DeBartolome Development Coordination. Agenda item 16 is AB 2-2437. This is for the property at 2000 East 11th Avenue. The applicant is Mark Bentley, represented by Ryan Manassi, and the owner is Alliant Ybor Office LLC and Pagielli Ybor LLC. This request is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premises, package sales, consumption off premises. The applicant is requesting AB sales in 2,772 square feet of indoor area only. The AB sales hours are consistent with Chapter 14. The parking required for the retail sales use is 9 spaces, and there are 106 spaces that are provided on site for the other commercial uses there. I have an aerial map of the property. You can see the site outlined here in red. This is between 21st Street, North 21st Street and North 20th Street, between 12th Avenue and East 11th Avenue here. This is YC5 commercial zoning up and down 21st Street. This is going to be a new approval. They don't have a prior approval here. This is the site plan that was provided by the applicant. Zoom out a little bit. You can see the subject site here. It's this is North 21st Street, East 12th, and East 11th. This is the outline of the building, and you can see the proposed AB sales area is outlined here in red. Now, there are other commercial uses, office uses, professional uses in that building. This proposed AB sales area has a separate entrance, and the AB sales area is proposed in the basement level of this building. I have some photos of the site. This is a picture of the north side of the building from 12th Avenue. This is the west side of the building. This is a photo of the south side of the building on 11th Avenue. This is the east elevation of the building along 21st Street. This is a photo looking east on 11th Avenue. You can see the building there to the left. This is looking west on 11th. The building's on the right here. This is looking north on 21st Street. You can see I-4 in the distance there. And this is a photo looking south on North 21st Street. This is a photo facing west on 12th Avenue and facing east on 12th Avenue. You see the Burger King there if you're familiar with that area. Development coordination and compliance staff reviewed the application and found the request to be consistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations. Minor site plan modifications are required to be made between first and second reading. This applicant did not request any waivers. They met all the conditions. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? I see none. Mr. Manassi, please come on up and state your name.
Good evening, City Council. Ryan Manassi with Johnson Pope, 400 North Ashley Drive, Suite 3100. If CTTV can bring up my brief presentation, I'll be brief. Just one clarification on the staff report. Leo did a great job, but he did state that our hours are consistent with Chapter 14. We actually have restricted hours stated on the site plan, and just for the record, they are listed as 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. So I'm here tonight on behalf of the property owners Frank Capitano, Carlos Alfonso, and Casey Ellison. The property address is 2000 East 11th Avenue, and it's within the YC5 zoning district in Ybor City Urban Village. North, you can see the post office and Burger King, and then I-275, with the south and west being condos, and then to the east, there's a fire station. So the site plan as submitted, the building is currently used as an office on the 3 floors above the basement. And the requested AB area is solely for the basement, which was outlined in red, and that's roughly 2,772 square feet. The blue line on the site plan indicates the perimeter of the building, and there is no outdoor AB sales area being proposed. And again, we further limited those Chapter 14 hours as stated on the site plan. Again, that's 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. You'll also notice the sidewalks and the pedestrian connections exist on the site. There's no proposed changes to the site layout at all. Additionally, the site is fenced along the entire perimeter with gated access, and that's on East 12th Avenue and East 11th Avenue. As staff stated, we are not requesting any waivers from parking or any other development regulations to include AB distance separation waivers. We meet the distance requirement as our surveyed plans that were submitted along with the application show. And then just briefly in closing, staff did find our request consistent with the land development regulations. Again, we're not requesting any waivers. We're providing more restrictive operating hours in Chapter 14. And we believe we are consistent with Section 27-129, the general standards, as well as Section 27-132 for special uses. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Councilmember Henderson? No? Okay, that's how you're money. Councilmember Hurtag?
Yes,
What
ma'am.
is this? I mean,
Great question, and I'll explain it, but it may not be something that can actually be conditioned. It's almost like a concierge by appointment only establishment. That'd be the best way I can describe it. So you'd make an appointment to go get a bottle of wine. It is retail sales as the proposed use, so you can't be a bar or anything like that. Now, retail sales and zoning typically would consider that 10 or less than 10 seats. So there may be less than 10 seats in there that you can go have a drink on premise, or you can make that appointment to go pick up that bottle of wine or that liquor or the beer. So it's more, I kind of came up with the concierge while I was, thinking about it, but I think it's more of like a concierge retail establishment. Maybe more like a speakeasy feel too, because it's like that
can you have
basement.
a party there?
No. So even on the site plan, we've restricted a less than 10 seats. So it's a retail establishment, and you can't get more than 10 seats in there, or less than 10 seats. So there wouldn't be any parties or anything like that.
We should put one of those in here.
Yeah, do you have a basement? I know a guy that does AB sales.
Isn't this where Ybor City Brewing Company was, and did it have a liquor license before?
I don't believe so, no. That must have been a
Cigar
different.
factory.
Yeah, I don't think it was there.
Yeah.
This was nearby, okay.
Yeah.
Unless it was way back in the day and it expired. I think before this, it was Stantec's office, now
Yeah,
it's.
so like in the early nineties, it
Oh,
was.
okay, that's-
Yeah, you're right.
Way before my history lesson, even when I was at the city of Tampa, I couldn't go back that far, so.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
my company created that.
Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? I see nobody. Yes, sir, Mr. Manassi. did
I'm
you
sorry,
have-
one question, staff, you did state there was revisions, but I didn't see them in the staff report, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so we have no revisions then.
Is there a motion to close? Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Vieira, all in favor? Aye. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, Chair. File number AB 22437, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor, at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 2000 East 11th Avenue, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much, sir.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 19th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. at Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Last item of the night.
Yes, LaShawn Dock Development Coordination. Item 17 is AB 22448. It's for the property at 1701 North Franklin Street. This request is for alcoholic beverage sales as a large venue classification, beer, wine, liquor, consumption on premise, and package sales, consumption off premise. This request would contain 7,989 square feet of indoor area on the first floor and the same square footage on the second floor for a total of AB sales area of 15,978 square feet. There are, on the site, this is a large venue. The use is a restaurant, retail, sales, shoppers goods. So I wanted to show the site plan that's associated with this request.
Yeah,
So
let's
this
get
is-
the overhead. The screen still shows the previous case. There we go.
And this is Henderson Avenue, and this is Franklin Street. So this is the area that's outlined in bold for the AB sales area. This is the establishment. And this is the zoning map of the property. So this is the site, which is outlined in red. This is Henderson. This is North Franklin Street. This is East 7th Avenue. And you can see that the subject site is located on the corner there. So there are photos of the site. So this is the subject site. It's the west side of the building. That's from Franklin Street. This is another view. And this is the site across the street you're able to see in that view. Let me turn this way, sorry. This is looking north on Franklin Street. The site is off to the right in this picture. This is a view, this is if you're at Franklin and you're looking east on Henderson. So this is the south end of the site in this photo. This is south of the site, commercial. And this is another view south of the site. And then we swing back around. This is looking west on Henderson. That's toward Tampa Street. This is southwest of the subject site. And then this is west across the street of the site. DRC staff has reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent. It's just due to the distance separation waiver, and that's to other AB sales establishments. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Hudson?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Never in history has 7 people been so happy to see you, Mr. Hudson.
I feel flattered. Hello again. My name's Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive. I'm going to go ahead and get started on a presentation. With me here this evening is Al Rogers, who is the contract purchaser of this building, along with Maureen Arall, who is the current owner of the building. Both will speak, and we'll go in that order. think we know where this is. This is the Ferris Building. It formerly accommodated Holland Franklin. It's at the northeast corner of Franklin and Henderson. It's right sort of smack dab in the middle of what we've called the Yellow Brick Row corridor with Franklin Street. This is what's owned today. And I want to walk through very carefully what is allowed today, because I'm going to talk about what we are seeking. What's allowed today is beer, wine, and liquor sales on the entirety of the first floor. It's about 8,000 square feet. Bar lounge use in particular. And Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, you can open from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you can open from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. And we can talk about how that came up. I'll give you a hint. It relates to parking. Many years ago, prior to Maureen acquiring the building. But right now, this is what's owned, again, for 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. on what people tend to call the weeknights, 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. on the weekend nights. What we are seeking is to wet zone the second floor to accommodate a wet zoning, to accommodate an event venue. Rather than changing from bar lounge use, you want to have a large restaurant, large venue restaurant. It's two pretty much exact 8,000 square foot floor plates. It's really too much space to have a single concept. It's not functional. It's too difficult to operate. So that's why we want to cover the premises with the single large venue categorization. We want to be able to open for 7 p.m. Right now, this is tailor-made to function as a nightclub, and really a nightclub only. The reason for that was when this was first approved, you couldn't park it. You couldn't park this building. It was built, as I'll show, in 1920. They didn't build a parking garage back then, although it was full of cars because it was a car dealership. And so the only time that parking was available in the periphery of this building when they first went to wet zone, it was with the office buildings that were nearby, and they didn't empty out till 7 p.m. So this is a really good example of kind of weird second order effects that can happen with zoning regulations, parking, things like that. So what you can see on screen is what we are seeking. We want to preserve the hours. And again, these are maximum hours. These are not minimum hours. There are places within a vicinity of here, like the meadery that's right behind it, Armature Works, that have chapter 14 hours that don't use them all the time. And I think that's important to note. So on the commitments front, there is no outdoor, we're saying no outdoor amplified sound at all. I don't want to pretend that that's some massive concession, because there are limited opportunities for outdoor seating here. You could, and I think anyone will, have a sidewalk cafe to get probably one row of seats along the sidewalk. There is a vacated alley behind the site, which currently is subject to an easement. That could probably change. So you can maybe fit some seats in the back. This doesn't really lend itself to surface level outdoor seating, but again, we're proposing a total prohibition on outdoor amplified sound. I think what's most significant, because I know there have been some concerns with rooftop places in Tampa Heights, is we're proposing just to prohibit commercial use of the rooftop. It would be awesome, candidly. It does have a great view. For now, the view shed is pretty limited to the south. There's no taller buildings, but we think that's an important thing to commit to. We are not going to commercialize the rooftop. That is in the revision sheet, the supplemental revision sheet. If we're fortunate enough to have a motion for support, please make sure that that's part of any motion we might get. We're not trying to change the weekday hours past 1 a.m. Again, these are maximum hours. But this is a place, Tampa Heights, where people are getting off shift late. It's near Tampa General. We want to be a place where people can come later in the evening. It's not to make this some huge locus of nightlife, but to recognize that some people do have different schedules, and having a place to get a bite to eat after 11 p.m. is something that in a city like what Tampa is becoming, we think is a reasonable thing to offer, especially given the investment that's going into Franklin Street. I know there's some history buffs on both sides of the podium. So this is the building when it was built in 1920. It was built by a gentleman named Fred Ferris. If your name is Fred Ferris and it's the 1920s and you're going to sell cars, there's probably only one brand you can sell, and it's Ford. So it was Fred Ferris Ford. And that was in the mid-1920s. It's still called the Ferris Building. Maureen, who will speak in a minute, can talk about the painstaking amount of work that she went through to revitalize this building, to landmark it, to preserve it for, it's never going to go away. You're never going to see multifamily on top of this. This is the building. The land is expensive. So we do need to find flexible ways to make sure that we can make money out of the building, and that's exactly why we're here, to get rid of the nightclub only wet zoning. And since this wet zoning first got approved, some of you, this council, and some of your predecessors There's a lot of multifamily units that have been approved in this area. If you add all those numbers up, it's 1,952. Some of those are built, like the Pearl, the 314 units. Other ones are like the YMCA project, 477 units. You know, that's not going to happen overnight, but those 321 units, that's that building that's topped out at Florida and 7th that's rapidly approaching completion. People, the folks that are going to live in those apartments are going to want a place to eat. And right now, this place can only be a nightclub. There's interest in it being a nightclub. That's not the preference, and we think that's definitely not what would be best for Franklin Street, given the investment that you all, with your city, your CRA hats, on approved, I think it was a week or two ago, to put some real money behind the great work that the Tampa Downtown Partnership and the CRA and that you all have been doing, and really, which Maureen, I think, deserves a ton of credit for, as someone who early on saw the opportunity to really revitalize Franklin Street. You've got Hidden Springs there, it's great. You got Rialto, it's great. You need a catalytic project. You need something to draw people into Franklin Street, which Holland Franklin did for a brief period of time, but that had some issues. The group that is going to revitalize this knows what they're doing. I'll let Al speak to that point, but that's the extent of our request. I'd like Al to speak now to talk about what he wants to do, a little bit about him, and then Maureen's going to close to talk about her experience, ups and downs with this property. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler.
Please state your name, sir.
My name is Al Rogers. I live at 922 Gulfview. Good evening. I know you're tired. I am too. I'm under contract to acquire the Ferris Building at 1701 North Franklin, and I'm thrilled about the opportunity to restore and revitalize a historic building in a corridor that we all believe needs to be brought back to life. Before talking about my plans, I'd like to share a little bit about my background. First of all, I'm not a real estate developer. I've been a banker for 35 years. I arrived in Tampa in 1988 and began my career as a real estate lender at First Union. In 1998, along with Joe Chalura, I joined Manufacturers Bank, headquartered over at Lake Avenue in Armenia. We sold that bank to Colonial, and after working for the acquiring bank, we started a new local community bank named U.S. Ameribank. And from 2007, for 10 years, we grew that by lending over $5 billion to local businesses and builders and developers before merging with Valley National Bank. In my career as a banker, I've made loans to many types of businesses, seen many successful businesses, but I've also seen many fail. In fact, most restaurants fail, which is, I'm sure, why you're saying, why would a banker take on such an endeavor? Which is exactly what my wife said this morning. She is a restaurateur, so and has a family that has been in the restaurant business, and she certainly thinks we can do it, but it's not going to be easy. The short answer is this: I fell in love with the building, and I see a future in the North Franklin corridor. While the restaurant concept briefly succeeded in this building, it's been 4 years since the doors were open to the public. And it's going to take quite a bit of capital and fortitude to bring this building back alive again. Now that you have my background, let's talk about why I need your help tonight. The current wet zoning for the building is tailor-made for one use and one use only, a nightclub. Maureen and I have both received letters of intent from national nightclub operators who want to come to Tampa. I don't want to operate a nightclub and would prefer not to have one as a tenant. I know the challenges. I was a part owner of a bar on Howard Avenue, and happily I sold that 5 months ago and am moving on. I was tired of the late night phone calls and the things that happen in that business. Let's see, I haven't invested a significant amount of money in developing the actual concepts until I know whether this application will be approved, but I have worked closely with some restaurant industry veterans, specifically Frank Chevis from Salt Rock Grill and Renee Valenzuela from Renee's Kitchen. We've got an outline and a plan, but being able to sell alcohol to supplement food sales is a requirement. Tyler mentioned a lot of the things, that don't need to probably be rehashed, but we have committed to the second floor as an event rental space with over a dozen weddings already booked. We believe wedding receptions and other corporate events, birthday parties, and other things like that would be perfect for that venue. I know there's some concerns about neighborhood amplified sound and reaching into the residential portions of the neighborhood. While we are quite far away from homes, we are voluntarily willing to prohibit any amplified outdoor sound, and as Tyler mentioned, we're willing to prohibit any activated rooftop. Maureen has poured her heart and soul into restoring the Ferris building, and I don't just believe, I know that a thriving all-day concept at 1701 North Franklin Street is the key catalyst to making this corridor work. Just days ago, you all unanimously approved a multi-million-dollar investment in the Franklin Street corridor, and I would humbly suggest that approving this application is equally a critical step toward restoring Franklin Street to the prominence it had decades ago. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration for this request.
So when you were at the Manufacturers Bank, did you work with Manny Albert?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Manny and Richard and
Yep.
Tony and Lou and all of them. I think they know you a lot well, too.
Yeah, they know Charlie, and Manny's wife was Mary Albert,
Yeah,
as our city
of course.
council member, so, yeah. Yeah, I went in there a lot as a kid with my grandmother and my dad, and I think I had my first checking account there.
Yeah.
With my dad's signature on it
Of
as a
course.
kid. so.
You remember the velvet ropes that you had to wait to
Yep.
get to the
I
teller
remember
station?
Manny's office, he had a signed Al Lopez baseball right on
Oh, yeah.
the desk, so.
Fred McGriff and all of them.
I wanna be here all night. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sir, I have a question for you. I got a lot of letters from the community indicating that they would prefer it close at 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock a.m.
Yeah.
Instead of 3. Do you want to address that? Have you talked to the community?
Yes,
Extensively, can Maureen speak? This is our presentation still, so we're happy to answer any questions you'll have, but I would like Maureen to finish
Well,
speaking.
they were
Thank you.
talking.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, my name's Maureen Arel. I live at 3401 Bayshore Boulevard, and this building was my very first commercial purchase and destined to be my last, in case anybody, as a timeline. I purchased this in 2014. That was pre-Ulele, pre-Waterworks Park, and pre-Armature Works. What drew me to this area is it was a historic district. The building itself was absolutely dreadful. As a matter of fact, less than a month after purchasing it, I had to reach out to Dennis Fernandez to please come over and advise me how I could stop the roof from collapsing without losing an opportunity to seek grant dollars. Because back then, you had to get the grant before you could do the work, and we had rain pouring in. All the windows, when I purchased this, were bricked over and the doors were painted black. There was zero sunlight you could get in, and it was being operated by a biker bar. As far as I knew, it was operating 24/7. They hadn't paid rent in over 6 months, and the owner of the building was willing to let me walk in. I required that he evicted that tenant before I purchased it. And from then, for 2 years, I restored everything, starting at the roof. All the AC was ripped off, the roof was replaced, the upstairs 26 windows were merely polyurethane, they weren't windows. I worked closely with the Downtown Partnership. I lobbied for 3 years to get them to extend their special service district to reach Palm Avenue so that we could be considered part of it. And most important benefit they provided us was helping us relocate homeless people and clean up the messes that at that time was everywhere, rampant. The Salvation Army was open. People would line up at night all the way down the block, and the ones who didn't get rooms would park themselves around our building for whatever safety. My 9-year-old daughter would not get out of the car for 2 years because every Saturday I would go with a pressure washer. I would get as many people off our sidewalk, and then I would clean up the messes they left behind. It was a tremendous adventure, and I have to say, I fell in love with the building, I fell in love with the community, and actually, I fell in love with the city of Tampa, because Bob McDonough and former Bob Buckhorn were tremendous assistants. As a matter of fact, Bob Buckhorn ate lunch there many times a week once the hall opened, and I approached him, and he personally ordered a stop sign when I told him people were gonna get killed if we didn't put a stop sign on Henderson. He said, I'll take care of it. Honestly, I joined his neighborhood university. Long story short is, it's become a lifestyle. Unfortunately, the business that really revitalized this area, the Hall on Franklin, came to a horrible end because of COVID. So the building has actually been vacant since December of 2020. Prior to that, he had 10 to 15,000 visa transactions a month. The number of pedestrians in this area was off the chain, and every single business down the street loved us, and their businesses were vibrant. I have gotten many letters and phone calls and emails in the last week as news has gotten around, and not to debate what our councilwoman said, but all of the notices I have gotten are in support of the 3 p.m. close, but they want lunch, they want an opportunity to have happy hour, and they want to be able to have dinner there. This brings people, activity, and all of that brings good things. When you have no one there, we will have repeated problems with crime and unhoused people. So I came to the sad decision, because I bought this as a legacy asset for my children. Neither one of them want to participate now after seeing what I've been through for the last 3 years, and I came to the decision that I have to sell it, and that the best person to buy it moving forward would be an owner-operator. I could easily have leased it to a number of bars or nightclubs who contacted me from New York and Orlando, even a previous owner who ran the Club Chambers and Hamburger Mary's, all looking for an opportunity to get back into this area. I don't want to be a landlord anymore, and I cannot be an owner-operator because I have a full-time job with Wells Fargo. I'm a fiduciary for 200 clients. I'm an officer of the bank. That's my day job, and I need to spend time there now. So I felt very blessed to have met Al. I wasn't marketing the property. I'm not even sure how he learned about it, but I have spent the last 6 months with him, with his vendors. I've been on the roof. They're not only going to replace the roof, they're going to put solar in it. He's going to maintain $300,000 worth of exhaust hoods that were put into place by the former tenant that I had to evict. And basically, I think it will only take off from here with the right ownership, and I think we've got the right opportunity in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, you had some questions.
Oh, for me?
No, just her.
Okay. No, well, I did read a lot of emails that are definitely in support of the project, but was clear, the majority of them did stress that they wanted to see it close at 1 a.m. It already is tied to a nightclub liquor license, a license that can sell till 3 a.m.
Yes.
Is my understanding, which is believable.
Well,
'Cause-
Wait, come on up, come on up.
Sorry. In response to that, let me say, I did speak with Brian Seal and Tampa Heights Civic Association, and their concern was about noise and complaints. I don't know who is going to complain. This particular area is absolutely blighted. There are no homes. There are 8 surface parking lots across the street from us. I wish we had residential to be concerned about. That would be my ultimate dream, and maybe someday it's going to happen. But if we don't get activity there soon, it's less and less likely.
No, I actually agree with you. I'm inclined to support it because of where it's situated. I drive that street every single day, so I always look over there to see if something is ever going to happen.
Yay! Me
There,
too.
so I'm kind of excited about it, but I just wanted to point that out that I did receive those letters. It does sit in Tampa Heights, but you're right. There's nothing around it that would I see be a great disturbance. It would be nice to see some life there again.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? It's actually where I park because I don't want to pay for parking at Armature Work, so I park over there. Well, there's a couple of spaces. There's a couple of spaces. 'Cause that's-
Council, LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. There is a supplemental revision sheet to enter into the record that contains the AB sales hours, in addition to the no commercial rooftop permitted, in addition to the outdoor amplified sound and revision of the waiver. So that is included in that copy, so I will submit that into the record.
All right. Is there anything else? If not, we'll ask for a motion.
Yeah, I just want to remind council that this is one of the areas that we're trying to extend the streetcar up Florida and back down Tampa Street, so these type of venues will assist in activating that area. So, and I thought it was great to see the old picture of the building when it was with a streetcar in front of it. So
Yep.
hopefully
Do you need rebuttal, Mr. Hudson?
Tyler Hudson, for the record. I think you've had enough for today, so I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, let's keep going.
We might as well go till 10 o'clock. Can I get a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Clendenin. I left off with.
It's his turn.
Yep.
Go ahead,
Streetcar
sir.
guy.
Streetcar guy, is it Choo Allen, there we go. No, I don't want that to stick. It didn't work, it did not work out well for the last guy. I move file number AB 2448, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, or an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, large venue, consumption on premises, package sales, consumption off premises, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor, at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 1701 North Franklin Street, as more particularly described in Section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, repealing ordinance number 2013-125, providing an effective date along with the supplemental revision sheet.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously with second reading and adoption being held on December 19, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. at Old City Hall, City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
All right, that concludes this very long city council day. I just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. And, no, I'll get there. And this year, I'm grateful for these endless city council meetings.
You're
Happy
grateful?
birthday to my wonderful aide, Kelly Sharp.
Happy birthday, Big 60. Good night.
Councilmember Miranda, do you have any new
I had
business?
20, but I'll leave them for later.
Councilman Vieira will make up.
Just one very brief one, and we've discussed this, I just have to make it formal. So it was dealing with the county's presentation tonight on the city-county review on infrastructure and everything post-Milton and Helene, and their review, and to make it officially a city-county as well as Temple Terrace and Plant City endeavor. The idea is for us to just give a tiny amount of money just for, I guess, consideration, I guess, if you will. I've spoken to Temple Terrace, and they're looking at doing the same thing, and I believe Plant City And this is, by the way, I think like a $500,000, and I'm requesting a very tiny amount. The administration has no objection to it, as discussed. So I make a motion, administration prepare a financial resolution for council's consideration, appropriating $50,000 from the general fund, a very small percentage amount, to support the post-hurricane countywide integrated stormwater system review.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second Councilmember Hurtak.
Really, it's not the whole city that's involved.
That's
What-
right.
What do you mean?
Can't handle anything that we have down south or anything like that.
Oh, yeah, it's the review that we talked about, and
It's only
it,
certain parts.
yes,
Which I understand.
yeah,
I
yes, sir.
understand that.
All
Yep.
right. We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's it, thank you, council.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Councilman-
And I'm
oh.
sorry. I don't know if I need to put a date on this. I'll just have it, I didn't have that here, if at all possible. I apologize, council. December,
Oh, take your time, just take your time.
the what?
We don't have any dates in December.
Do we have, I mean, can it just be presented? It's not like a presentation, it's just for, like on the consent agenda.
What is,
Yes. So
Yeah,
they said yes.
the next consent agenda. What
It's
is-
due next week, so I don't know
Okay.
that they'd be able to, so probably the
December 5th.
19th.
December 19th.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. December 19th, that's,
motion and a second,
thank you.
Second.
all in favor? Aye. Any opposed, anything else?
No, sir.
Councilmember Henderson, yeah?
I'm sorry, long day. Thank you very much.
You can also do it December 5th.
Yes,
No, but-
so December 19th or 5th it was, I had something on the, on Busch Boulevard and the homeless. Here, let me, yeah, thank you for that, Suling, I forgot. Here it is, December 5th. It was December 5th. And I'm gonna move that Trinity Cafe to just a report as opposed to a presentation. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm
We have
sorry.
a motion, we have a second? Second, Councilmember Clendon, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, anything else?
Yeah, and you know what? I apologize, one more than I think about it. I had today's item on Tampa Fire coming back December 5th. I want to include that, amend that to, for December 5th to also report on the status of Station 24. Because they already have the land, so just an amendment to that to include the status of 24, because that only includes personnel for 24.
We have a motion.
And that's it, I promise.
And a second. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Aye.
Thank you, council, that's it.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yes, I just have a calendar request for 2025. Every year, the third Thursday of November is always Great American Teach-In. And for our daytime hours, I would like for us not to meet on Great American Teach-In November 20th, 2025, so that we can participate in Great American Teach-In, which I missed today, sadly. But we can still have our evening meeting.
Well, we don't normally have an evening meeting. Yeah, so I was gonna say, why don't we have regular session that starts at 1 PM?
That works for me. I can.
Mr. Shelby, is that acceptable?
I mean,
Does it have
that would
start
allow
at
us to
9?
Yeah,
participate.
just to,
I would love to
because
be able to
we
do that.
all received a letter asking us to participate.
Certainly gonna, for one meeting, it's certainly gonna mess up processes for setting hearings and advertising and things like
I
that.
would advise against it, I mean.
Your second reads have to be noticed.
We all were
in the
invited to
newspaper.
Great American Teach-In and we're not
May
able
I
to
have one
participate.
regular
Well, why,
session
can we
that
hold
month?
this to December? Because the next, what is the next Great American Teach-In?
Fifth. December 5th is the next regular meeting.
No, but what is the next
It's for
Great American Teach-In?
2025.
It's
Next year, so we have time to think about this. Could you make a motion that?
Yeah,
we
so
just-
if we do it now, we can just do it.
Yeah, but the thing is, you need to take a look, because.
But you don't get to decide, we
I don't get to
do.
decide.
I know, we do.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
But the thing is, the staff, I have to share with you, council,
Yes, sir, go ahead.
that is the last meeting before a 2-week holiday for a 1 week, so you'd have 2 weeks off, and then you'd have 2 weeks off in December.
this is in
The administration has to go through things on base, to be able to get counsel in a timely fashion. It's up to council, but the thing is, I suggest you look into it, because it would require changes to the processes within the administration.
May I make a suggestion,
Yes.
if I may? How about we meet instead of at 1 o'clock at 10:30? That'll give us from 8 AM to 10 o'clock to do that. And that should give us plenty of time, because I love doing that as well. I
Yeah, me
agree.
too.
And is that good? And
Yeah. No, it's not, actually.
That's fine.
Great American Teach-In, we can start at 11 would be better.
Sold.
That's
good.
fine. You got a
Okay.
deal. You got a deal.
Is there not gonna be a night meeting that night, is that?
Oh, well, we're having one now.
We're
so-
having one now because this is because of the
Makeup.
hurricane.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
It was because of the hurricane and the fact that we had canceled the October meeting.
yeah. Yeah, this is an.
So
unusual-
11 a.m., November 20th, 2025, Great American Teach-In.
We have a motion, do we have a second? Second from Councilman Vieira, all
Oh.
in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, council members. Let me write 11 a.m. for you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Clendenin, do you have any new business? I have nothing. Councilmember Hurtak?
Alan, I'm gonna find somewhere for you to speak Great American Teach-In. I just wanna.
Yes, sir.
done that more often than you've been alive, I think.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Somehow I did it last year. I don't know how I did that.
No, it was on Thursday of last year.
Or maybe I did on a different day. I don't know. I did a whole day. Anyway, my legislative aide sent a memo out last week about doing an in-person accommodation for Andy Johnson. I think you all know him.
Yes.
He's a retired meteorologist. During the storms, he just voluntarily sent out a lot of very valuable information that helped a lot of people. He was one of the first to talk about how the storm surge was going to hit everyone. And so there's some time sensitivity to this. So I would like, tell me what the schedule, but I would like to make a motion to present an in-chamber accommodation on December 19th, 2024 to Andy Johnson, forensic meteorologist, for his public service during the 2024 hurricane season.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes, sir, anything else?
That's it, thank you.
Can I get a motion to receive and file? Councilmember Henderson with the motion, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Happy Thanksgiving.
And thank you to Sue Ling for staying awake.